I know, right? Renger's gonna be so happy. Now I actually have a reason to step back for a moment while people gather. Alright, Ian has done his big boy calling. By the way, I know I'm already not going to get any fucking views for this, but I don't care. I'm taking this as my excuse to play a video game I've wanted to play for quite some time. So, you know. It can't be some cost fallacy if you wanted to do this. Let's give it a shot. About there will do it. Xbox, what are you doing? Sure, access my info, why not? Holy shit, this is awesome. Supernova. Supernova is the hardest difficulty, can only be selected at the start of the game, has been recommended for advanced players. Enemies have more health, do more damage. Eat, drink, and sleep to survive. Companions can die permanently. Crippled and limb conditions can only be healed with bed rest. Weapons and armors work poorly at 0 durability. Fast travel to ship. Sleep inside ship. I'll compromise and say hard. Conversation subtitles on. Bark subtitles on. Subtitles all on. Also, hey there, Wayward Lighthouse.
Why stay earthbound when prosperity awaits you in the stars? Come to Halcyon, the only colony on the edge of the frontier, owned and operated by corporations. A trip up to short skills will feel like bare minutes, thanks to the comfort and safety of your very own hibernation chamber. You'll wake up in a perfect society designed to maximize your productivity with guaranteed full employment. With only a minor term of service, you will become the master of your own destiny when you go out of this world to the Halcyon colony.
Top secret, Halcyon Holdings Corporate Board. Colony ship Hope found drifting. Hope to be left at edge of colony. Alert, breach of Hope security corridor, unidentified ship. Basically, yeah, but we're talking old Obsidian Fallout, so the good RPGs. Phineas Verdian Wales, fugitive wanted by Halcyon Holdings Board of Crimes Against the Colony.
Hundreds of thousands of colonists left adrift out here forever, just to keep from gouging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful.
Okay, so...
Someone made a note that you're oblivious to flirtation.
Below average. Penalty. Headshot and weak spot hits do not inflict extra damage. Oh, that's shit.
You're easily brainwashed. Glad I found you before the board did.
Words are hard. Thinking no good. Dumb dialogue. That actually may be fun to do one day.
You've been commonly described as odious and foolish. I bet you would thaw yourself with sheer rage.
No passive health regenerate. God, actually taking a penalty somewhere sucks.
Rather anemic, but at least you're fitting. Slippery fingers. You'll need to be careful handling those chemicals. It says here that you solved mathematical problems just for fun.
Wait, charm affects hack, science, and what does intelligence do? Long guns persuade, hack, medical, science, and determine. Huh. Okay. Odd things to attach to certain skills. Hey, Otaku, congrats on the new laptop. Also, that's make character based on yourself. That's about as accurate as I can make it. I wish I could carry more, but, I like to consider myself decent intelligence, decently charming, given I can hold an audience, good temperament, slightly little more butterfingers than I'd say, but, probably as accurate as I can make it, based on limited points. 2 skill points available.
If we're ever captured, I'll let you do the talking. You wrote that paper on breeding assisted me with 30% more tumors. Subtle and discreet. Exactly what I need. A rabble rouser. Perfect. The colony's full of rabble. Good. I need someone with an instinct for self-preservation. I hear monarchs in need of more game hunters. A pugilist. How exciting.
I probably have more of a preference for tech.
Look at that. A real scientist.
Oh, I know, hack.
Subtle and discreet. Exactly what I need.
Well, the lockpicking's not exactly to my fare. I know how to frickin' jailbreak a computer. Hmm. Nah, honest. Yeah. Yeah. They have them in weird pools. Aptitude. Colonists sounded like a nice entry-level career for a person of your skills. Expanding humanity's reach while civilizing the cosmic frontier was ambitious enough to without worrying about your day job. You had the rest of your life to decide how to be useful in Halcyon. Sous chef, science assistant, safety inspector, medical technician, tossball, janitor, cashier. No discernible attitude.
We'll see about that.
Thought they'd have more memey jobs, but no, they got legitimate jobs. I was about to say, look, lads, I'm Felix! I can't get like a dark brown. Like, that's actually kind of a blue. There we go. That's way too dark brown. Kind of wish I could see have the light hit it better or something. That's probably more accurate right now. Why could my facial hair be different than... There we go. Way too much forehead, but eh. That works. Humans have a 20% chance to cower in fear for 3 seconds after the first time you hit them. Nice.
Looks to me your lucky day, my friend. Not likely, bootlickers. Initiate skip jump.
Orbiting Laboratory Halcyon System. Terra 2.
Oh, shit. Ah, there you are. Wondering what's going on, eh? Bit of bad news there, I'm afraid. The colony ship was inexplicably giving it satellite speed. This means that you have been suspended in motion for 70 years, give or take. Normally, we would find that someone else's release some quite horrifying results. It's called explosive cell death, but it's so horrifically helpful at all, but I guess we'll see. Unfortunately, I used the last of my chemical supplies saving you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I must have your help securing more if we're to save the rest of your fellow colonists. I'd see it done myself, of course, but the board has a sizable bounty on my head. Now, my ship is inoperative, but I've managed to hire a smuggler to help you out. Oh, I see you're in position. Good luck.
Definitely a lot more humor in this game. Good stuff. Remember the hope. Chairman Rockwell raises a glass to our lost brothers and sisters. Oh, they're spinning it as a fucking tragedy or something. Why am I not surprised?
Can you hear me? Is this thing working? Ah, there you are. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the smuggler. His name is Hawthorne, and he should be waiting for you at the landing site. Seems to be your chauffeur, so to speak. But not to worry. I'm told he's a specialist. Dashing gunslinger, one of a kind ship, that sort of thing. You'll like him, I'm sure. I've also outfitted you with a simple wireless monitor, so I can track your progress. I'll check in with you as soon as you land. Good luck. All colonists are counting on you.
The fact this hibernation chamber can make planetfall without me, turning into a liquid stain is quite impressive. Whoa, that's a little bit of chunk.
Hawthorne should be close by. What in law's name? Is that him? Oh, that idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste. Hawthorne won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh?
Welp.
Not sure I trusted the fellow. I've gone after the bounty on my head. Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go.
Can't see my leg. 0 out of 10 game. I want a refund. There doesn't seem to be any stamina gauge of any kind, so in theory I could run forever. So we actually legitimately have to use cover to either avoid enemies or kill them. The awareness meters over the head tell you... Alright, so unaware, suspicious, investigating, and alerted. So remember, Snake, this is a sneaking mission. Yeah, okay. So that's how that works then. Also, I need a gun or a weapon of some kind. The hell?
Easy now. You've been frozen for a while. Bound to be unforeseen side effects.
I mean, I suppose I do, don't I? Oh god, that's going to hurt my legs. You have low health. Use an emergency medical inhaler to heal. Each activation consumes 1 Adreno. Broke my legs? Take a puff of the magic dragon.
Hey, you. Come here. Try the best now. Try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, well, that stinks.
Sit still, I'll patch you up.
Looks like the bleeding stopped. I owe you one. Hope you don't mind me omitting this little exchange for my report. Spacer's choice doesn't like us accepting outside help.
Spacer's what?
Oh, we're all part of the Spacer's Choice family here. Not that I deserve to be. Can't even deliver a company slogan. We were out of control. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take him. Then my gun misfired. Right on my side. I mean, what have you got to that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters.
You're hiding in a cave and you've blocked off the exit. You're as good as dead.
Spacer's Choice policy clearly stipulates that dead and as good as dead are two completely different properties of matter.
Fair.
Unless I'm dead, I'm contractually obligated to attend to my post. I will report that illegally grounded spacecraft if it is the last thing I do. See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sneaking around in here. I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh?
Let me see if the sound's off. No, there's no audio delay. Can someone confirm that? I got a better idea. Give me your gun and I'll go get help.
Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around the gun. Got some spare ammo. Not counting a bullet in my side. Here, you can have my saber too, for patching me up and all. All Spacer's Choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Yes, hell of a time.
To be fair, he doesn't... The audio's a little low, maybe? But I also have to play on low volume, so I don't actually get blasting into my mic. Can you tell me where I am?
You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's Choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. The prettiest place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a Provisioners for a can of our famous salt tuna.
Okay, do you know anything about the Hope?
The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or something? Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy.
Alright, then I'm off. TIA weapons safety training, weapons management. You can have up to 4 weapons equipped at a time by dragging them up to the slots at the top of the screen. On this page, you can also inspect your weapons, compare them, flag them as junk, or break them down for parts. Players with the engineering skill can repair weapons on the screen as well. Take care of your TNL weapons, and they'll take care of your enemies. Okay, so ammo is light, heavy, and energy. Alright, I can work with that.
What just happened? Can you hear me? What in the hell?
Tactical time dilation. Hibernation complications detected. Due to complications stemming from being revived after an extended hibernation, your brain processes time differently. By using the TDD button, it slows down the world, giving you time to think as well as take actions. You have very limited time in this mode. Standing still drains your TDD meters very slowly, while moving around and attacking drains it faster. The TDD meter refreshes slowly over time. Okay, so all I just need to do is survive, a near-death situation of where, cryogenics would normally kill me and fry my brain, and we'll be fine! Some objects explode when they get hit. Shoot them when the enemies are close by for an explosive surprise. Don't be too close, Explosions can cause concussions. Oh, shit. Weird way to have a dodge button, but if... Alright. Hacking and lockpick. Hacking and lockpicking skills help you get into places you're not meant to be. Mag picks are used to break open locks and bypass shunts to break down computer encryptions. If your skill is high enough to break the security, you'll see how many mag picks or shunts you need and how long it takes. Raising your skill will lower the number of items and speed up the process. Oh, okay. We're back to the days of, Deus Exing it. This is a welcome return to form. Pre-sliced bread, fish sticks. Telescoping staff. The iconic Spacer's Choice telescoping staff can be modified in many ways for additional cost. Now available in Mark II. Sorry to say, I'm not really much of a staff person. I ain't against people using staves, but, you know, I'd rather stick to a blade. And yeah, Glaive, he may have been making breakfast, but, I've been having a real shit day. I just woke up after 70 years of cryosleep. Sorry, lad. Did he fall through the floor? Because his body's just randomly gone. Eh. Oh, geez, that's a lot of limbs. Rebuilt miner gear. Marauder armor. This mining gear has seen some hard times in a sulfur pit somewhere. You can just smell it. Oh no, I just blew him away. Then a light pistol. This is probably the most common handgun in the entire colony. It's not a bad little gun, and it's a great source of parts. Alright, so... hibernation suits versus repurposed armor. It even changes my outward appearance. That's nice. Don't get me wrong, hibernation suit wasn't, you know, a bad looking thing, but I was hoping for a little better. So we definitely need some armor. Some armor that doesn't make me look like a space bum. Figured that was the way to put my stuff away.
Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. Go on that run leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about.
I've already dealt with a few of these marauders. Not impressed.
You pulling my limb? I mean, yeah, of course. Marauders. Bunch of addle-brained derelicts. I could round them up all by myself. Need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs, son.
For a lieutenant, you're not very... Do the Spacer's Choice Guards back down from a challenge?
Well, sometimes. Management's real good at cost-benefit analysis. But, seeing as I'm the acting manager in this situation, you know what? You're right. It's time we cross those marauders off, find whoever owns that ship, and file a full report. Then it's gonna be fucking laminated.
To be fair, the people here sound very... There's a very corporate culture here. I don't think they want to, you know... Yeah, like that guy just dropped like a sack of bricks. Oh, hey, I actually can get some enemy analysis if I do time dilation. Where is she? Oh! Wow, no wonder why she didn't do it. She died in a minute. And they're the ones wearing armor. I would have thought they would have lasted, you know, more than 5 seconds. Yeah, no kidding, I got a rifle out of it. Oh, wait, so they're... Yeah, I'm stupid. I actually want to check out that little bunker head before I head on in. A primal, a resident, a necklace if you're... A pretty necklace if you're in that sort of thing. This necklace makes a strong fashion statement. Look at my neck. There's something on it. A pretty something. Look at it! A shovel. I mean, I did just hit fire like a champ. Yeah, just leave them be. And I think they'll leave me be. Blip! Hi, Looms. Nothing in the bin. Oh, so much for that. Nope, 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 nope. First impressions are very strong, yes. Oh god, no. Oh god, no. Regrets were had. Regrets were had. I'll get on board now, thank you. You've been promoted. Congratulations, you gained enough experience to go up a level. Leveling up increases health, gives us points to upgrade skills, as well as a new perk every other level. Keep leveling and it'll be upper management material in no time. Well, you're in for a very good time, Satori, because this game has had a very strong showing and actually has quite a bit of good humor. Every time you level up, you earn skill points to spend on improving your skills. Spending a skill point on a core skill improves all the specialized skills, up to a maximum of 50. After 50, you can add points directly to specialized skills, up to 100. Every skill improves as it grows, but special unlocks occur every 20. Armor consumables and status effects can temporarily raise or lower your skills. This helps or hurts skill checks and the skill's passive bonuses, but does not hurt or give or take away the skill unlocks. Yeah? A soap opera in disguise, huh? Oh boy. You know what? I'll take some points in there. I'll put the rest into tech for right now. And perks. Welcome to Perk Selection. On this screen, you can choose which perks to buy with your perk points. You get a new perk point to spend every 2 levels. You also acquire perk points through gameplay, such as by accepting a flaw. Acquiring 5 new perks makes the next tier of perks available for you. Toughness. Slow the world. Tactical time dilation lasts longer. Surely this is normal. Lone Wolf. Strider. Cheetah. High maintenance. Precision. Resilient. A few bits more. Pack Mule. Quicken the Dead. Traveler. Deadly Demonstrations, and Negotiator. So I'm going to assume that bits is money. And I'm not sure what the level cap is in this game. I'm going to go with tough or resilient so that I've got a base armor score. Being a brick shithouse will do me quite nicely.
Intruders are not authorized to access the unreliable's amenities, including the cargo hold's workbench.
That's nice. This is my ship now. I All I'm gonna say to that is that welcome to a community. There's usually a reason why things look as they are.
Using the respecification machine will not make you a better person.
Vocation competence respecification machine. Choosing to oh, this is basically free respec. Or it's not free, but, you know.
Marauder, please be informed that the engine room contains nothing of value.
Requires power regulator. Well, shit. I do find it amusing that the guy's got his AI, his onboard AI to tossball stick. Essentially tell us there's nothing of value in here. You don't want any of this.
Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Please submit yourself to the authorities. Hello, Marauder. I am Beta, the autonomous digital astrogator of this vessel. Please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result in my immediate destruction.
I'm not here to misappropriate anything.
I detect an elevated heart rate, indicating dishonesty. Please prepare yourself for lethal deterrence. Genesis procedures initiated. Disengaging airlocks. Prepare to eject all foreign parties in 5, 4, 3.
Her eyes, what the hell? You realize we're on the ground, right?
You are still here. My deception protocols have failed. I have been programmed to express disappointment.
Is this Hawthorne's ship?
This vessel is the registered property of Captain Alex Hawthorne. I am incapable of accepting orders from anyone other than Captain Alex Hawthorne.
Hawthorne was supposed to... Hawthorne's dead. I'm sorry.
I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne. If I accept your orders, then you must be Captain Hawthorne. Do you understand?
I get it. You need me to be Captain Hawthorne or you can't fly.
Well done, Captain Hawthorne. I see your pilot is conducted briefly when we attack. Unfortunately, our friendship is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be replaced.
I doubt I'll find a part like that just sitting in a garage.
Astutely observed. However, the probability of locating a power regulator within a worker settlement falls within acceptable parameters of certainty. High-capacity power regulators are sometimes included in the electrical networks of worker settlements. I have taken the liberty of printing you a new captain's identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it this time. This cartridge identifies you, Alex Hawthorne, as the registered proprietor and captain of the Unreliable. Do you understand?
Captain Hawthorne of the Unreliable. I like it.
Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation. Best of luck in your search for a power regulator. Try to stay alive this time.
That's their sneaky way of giving you a last name, isn't it? Sneaky. Welcome aboard the Apex Transport, the Reliable, the Unreliable. Nice. Alright, well, time to explore my ship. Captain's quarters.
Due to catastrophic power failure,
Damn it.
will remain on security lockdown. These are the crew's quarters. Alex preferred preferred to travel alone, but he always had me.
So, saltuna, a special blend of herbs and spices packed in oil and loaded in sodium. Just like they eat in Byzantium.
I suppose everything on the Unreliable belongs to you now, Captain. Come yourself. No, really.
Why do I feel like she's being slightly resentful? Well, that's because this is Obsidian. These are the guys who made Fallout. Oh wow, I could hurt myself with my own ship. Whoops. The workbench allows you to repair, upgrade, and modify weapons and armor, keeping you combat ready and in tip-top shape at all times. On each screen, first find the weapon or armor that you want to work on, then choose what you want to do with it. Repair it, break it down for parts, modify it, or tinker it.
Properly installed.
Let's see. Break down the stuff I found. Oh, yeesh. It takes a lot of parts to repair stuff, so repair it when you need it. It's going to take a lot of bits to also repair, to get that, Yep. So I do not have the money I need right now, then. Don't have any mods at all. So, no workbenching for the time being. Also, arguably, it's Bethesda's the one going, you know. It's totally not Fallout. I mean, with 76, it's its own debacle. Hello.
I'll be with you, Fred. I'm Ernie from the Spacer's Choice Department of Human Resources. Town sent me here about to check on the guards. Now, it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems to me they're all dead. Mind telling me what happened here?
Yeah, the guards and the locals had a bit of an altercation.
Altercation, you say? A shame as that goes. Spacer's Choice policy strictly prohibits dying during work hours. Guess I'd better get to clean it up. And just leave company property scattered about, laying out on the dirt.
Don't you care that they died?
But who died? Oh, right. Yeah, well, we do need all the hands we got when with folks in Edgewater dropping off like 60 big tumors. Less competition will come for overtime. You don't want to amble on over to Edgewater at your earliest convenience. Constable's office might have work for someone with your, let's just say, aggressive disposition. Oh, and be sure to stop by the Edgewater Provisioner for a can of salt tuna. It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's Choice.
Hang on, I want to ask you something.
Don't get paid bid to chat with strangers. You want to chew the rag, go talk to Silas over by the cemetery.
I'll be on my way then. And that's the problem with corporate culture. I imagine if they lived, they would have, you know, had a bit more to talk about, and that guy would have had a bit different to say, but... Oh. Oh, ouch. Alright, come on, little dog thing. Oh, shit. Ow, 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 wow. Hunting rifle. Remember, it's always hunting season when you're armed with a T&L hunting rifle. Adreno. Yeah, they actually had the time to make this game compared to, say, New Vegas, where they had a year. Make everything from scratch, bitch. Well, make us a new game from scratch. Okay, we'll just use your pre-assets since we've got access to those. A small model spaceship. This model, made of metal and wood, is a perfect amount of pungent resin. Is a perfect... And a tongue. This model, made from metal and wood and a generous amount of pungent resin, is a perfect way for a collector or a child who dreams of adventures among the stars. Imagination not included. There we go. Oh, that's a good-looking gun. It's got a telescopic sight as if this was the 1600s, boys. Look at that fucking gun. That is a beautiful gun. Unfortunately, uses the same ammo as my assault rifle, so, you know. I think for right now, I'll take off the assault rifle. For going for something a little bit more conservative. That's a lot of graves, actually. Just outside of town, huh?
Running around in the Marauders time. They're liable to give some people the wrong idea.
Why do you say that?
It's in poor taste. Dressing up like a Marauder's disrespectful to all the workers that got eaten by them. Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls and low prices.
Is that why you got a pair of armed guards?
Being vigilant. Don't want to get blindsided by some poor butchering Marauders stalking out the shadows.
You telling me there's cannibals out there?
Oh, worse. Unemployed cannibals. You ever seen a Marauder hold down a job or put a stake into society?
If you got a marauder problem, I can take care of it.
Well, you're gonna go headhunting. Talk to Constable Reyes back in town. Case for Marauders by the figure.
By the way, nice to meet you. I'm Alex Hawthorne, captain of the Unreliable.
Pleased to make your acquaintanceship. I'd shake your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that. Name's Silas. Junior in humor for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family.
Junior in Humor. Fancy name for a fancy title for a gravedigger.
Hey, I earned that fancy title. Started off a lowly junior gravesite builder, then junior turbine engineer. Oh, and I was a junior burial assistant for a time.
You seem to be pretty old for a junior anything.
The rate I've been working, I'm bound to earn a promotion. Must be about 50, 60 burials away from associated humor.
Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Yeah?
Town must be in pretty bad shape if it's keeping you employed.
You could look at it that way, I suppose. You could look at us and say, those Edgewater sapsocks near every soul to plague. But you'd be wrong. We're survivors.
Loyal company folk, brave in the wilds.
You're not worried about falling sick?
Every now and again, a virulent plague sweeps through our town. That's life on the frontier, I suppose. Our body grows accustomed.
You think that, medical technology would keep up with the xenoplagues that happen, but, such as it is, I guess. How long have you been a junior in humor, gravedigger, whatever?
Hang on, doing some math in my head. 20, 30, 31. All my life, work's been real good to me. Fresh air, exercise, no problems with paperwork. Can't get anybody to pay their gravesite fees.
Well, that's because they're dead. What's this about gravesite fees?
Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery. None of us own our gravesites. We rent them from the company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see.
You're making people pay for their own graves.
Company policy. If it was up to me, I'd put the whole town 10 feet under, free of charge.
Why can't you collect these fees yourself?
Orders mostly. And a backlog of graves to fill. Bodies won't bury themselves, you know.
Never mind that, I'll ask you something else. So you lose a lot of people to marauders?
Former people, yeah. Marauders been raiding my graves, you see. Hence the armed guards.
Right, because you think they're cannibals.
Flesh gnawing, arrows sipping creatures of pure depravity they are. If those marauders swipe any more bodies out of my cemetery, the company's gonna dump my pay.
Thanks for your time. Given that apparently we don't want to be dressed up in a marauder outfit while we're in town. The original naming scheme for planets in the Halcyon colony was chosen by the head of Halcyon Holdings corporate board. Fast and light drives are commonly known as skip drives because they allow ships to approach and then skip past the speed of light. Well, we're in town now. Spacer's Choice Cantina. You know what? There we go. That'll probably help me load the game faster. Well, here's the Salt Tuna Cannery. Spacer's Choice Property. Terminal access. Meow. Hi, cat. Edgewater Saltuna Canning Facility strictly adheres to Spacer's Choice standard of health and safety. Notice, schedule your sick leave with Spacer's Choice foreman and or supervisor. Be considerate towards other members of the Spacer's Choice family. Allow 2 to 4 weeks to process and approve of your scheduled sick leave. Lost hours must be compensated to the company. See Reed if you're having trouble paying for your sick leave. We'll try to arrange waived deductions instead. Remember, work invigorates the spirit. Sickness in the body reflects sickness in the mind and sickness in the character. If you find yourself fallen ill, it may be time to schedule a meeting with the local Vicar. A catnap. Vending machine discovered. Vending machines offer a variety of items to purchase, mostly from one company. A hack skill of 20 or higher allows you to sell items to the vending machine. Restricted items on a vendor can only be purchased when you have a high enough reputation with the associated faction or a hack skill of 40 or higher. Turns out I do have the skills necessary for that, so... Skin Tough Salve. Life is rough, you need Skin Tough. Zero G Brew. Ale for what... An ale that's good for what ails ya. Fast Ration Pill. When you're hungry but can't stand still, all you need is Fast Ration Pill. Now available in brown. No, thank you. Bunch of Nanners. Mock Apple. Real Mock Apple. Real Mock Taste. So a pack of 50 bullets is 6 bits. Standard Troop Helmet. Right Control Armor. Hunter's Kit. Oh god, no. Okay, never mind. It's 6 bits a bullet. That's, rough. Taste the freedom with Spacer's Choice, now with extra added artificial ingredients, at no extra cost. Alright, let's head upstairs.
Miss Holcomb, I need you to explain this with less of the grease monkey Argo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, sir. You asked why it's taking so long to fix. The answer's technical.
Don't apologize. Just try using small words.
The can's bust open in the oven because she's set to cook saltuna, which isn't really fun. Hey, Mr. Thompson? There's someone here to see you.
Focus, Miss Holcomb. You and I are still talking. Let's start over. Walk me through the process. Show me where it's going awry.
Well, sure. It's mostly on account of what we're feeding you, correct?
It puts food in cans. We have food, we have cans. Why won't it work like we need?
She's expecting saltuna of a certain size. We're filling the cans with, well, not fish.
Seems we've got a guess. Really not, buddy. I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was giving you a forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you with haste myself.
I'll wait till you're finished.
You were saying, Miss Holcomb.
It's just what this needs is a proper refurbish. I can bandage her up and all, but she's just old. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll do that.
And I do wish you'd stop referring to our cannery as best. Personification of company property is strictly contrary to the Spacer's Choice Code of Conduct. My apologies. I am not in the habit of allowing my guests to witness such a row. Now, what can I do?
We can start with introductions. I'm Ian Andrew.
I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. I cannot help but notice you are not in uniform.
I think you may have the wrong idea about me.
Yes, so it dawns on me. run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor.
My ship needs repairs. I'm looking for a power regulator.
Only regulator we've got is the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one. And I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process.
Let's hear it.
There's a power regulator in the old Botanica lab. It's mostly abandoned, so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the geothermal plant. Reroute power from the Botanical District over to us. Once their power shut down, you can have their regulator and be along on your way.
When you say mostly abandoned, what do you mean?
I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but there are people who live there.
What a surprise! I would have never guessed.
I'm not trying to pull one over. You will find them into this. They're deserted. Former workers. I need them back at their posts. I need them to come home.
Tell me what I need to do.
My hope is that by cutting off their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the botanical lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town.
How will I recognize Adelaide?
Adelaide's older than the others.
Well, Adelaide.
She's dignified, kindly. From what I understand, her camp looks to her for leadership.
These workers must have left for a reason.
That reason was me. I asked too much and pushed too hard. But I am ready to make amends if they are willing to return to the fold. We belong to one community, the Spacer's Choice family. If we dissolve into factions, then we will all perish separately. Adelaide will understand.
All right, I'll see what I can do. What I can do to help you.
My dad told me all about the plant, taught me all he knew. I could come in useful. I mean, if that's all right with Mr. Thompson.
I hesitate to part ways with Miss Holt, but I cannot deny that she is talented and may prove useful to you. You will need an administrative passcode in order to enter the plant. I am trusting you with mine, trusting Miss Holcomb to guide you if you'd like.
Sure, I could use the company.
Great. I got my wrenches and diagnosticators and airplane and engine tape, so I'm all set.
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for your help. It is a lot to ask of a stranger.
Let's get going. Companions. You have gained a companion. They are characters that join you on your adventures and help you in a variety of ways. They provide combat support. They enhance your skills. They increase your carrying capacity. And we can unlock special companion combat abilities with the Inspiration skill. I do note that it's loading up each sound file individually, so when I talk to someone, it kind of has a weird delay. So it's a little jank how it does that. I wonder if I can actually improve the loading rate at all.
Sorry. You just want to get out of here. And you likely don't want to tag along like me. It's just, Mr. Thompson has his own view on matters. On account of it's his job and all, but that's not the only side of the tale.
Figures, Reed didn't exactly strike me as an honest soul.
Oh, he ain't a liar. He believes every word he says. It's just, he doesn't always get where the folk are talking from.
To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk. I knew some of them before they left.
I can't blame anybody for wanting to leave. This town's got issues.
Life's hard here, especially for them that don't fit in so well. We're one big Spacer's Choice family, but every family's got the one the rest whisper about. Mr. Thompson is aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders or worse. I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it. Max, his name is.
Suppose it couldn't hurt. We'll drop by.
Thanks, mister. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, it's best to think on the right and wrong of it. That's what my dad used to say twice.
Pack of smokes and some water. Not bad. That's the botanical lab. And that's the Vicar. Assuming that's someone's house.
Sorry, I'll just be a minute.
You had a minute. Next one comes out of your pay.
It's weird that, yeah, no, again, they load up all the sound as they do it rather than just all the sound being loaded, so, weird. Oh, is this the church? This definitely strikes me as a churchly building. Ah, yeah, even in the space future, we still need religion and faith. Not that that's a bad thing. I wonder if there's a way how I can make it so that it stream of consciousness. Hold up. Also, bump that shit up to at least 90. That's gonna make some people sick.
The world's got weird work. Steve, clear.
Yes, what is it? You're an outsider. Fantastic. Vicar Maximilian de Soto at your service. Or Vicar Max if you're the sort who prefers brevity. And Miss Holcomb as well. How rare to see you out. And with a complete stranger. Curious.
Just tagging along for good of soda.
Oh, I knew. I so rarely get new people to talk to. Name your poison. Anything at all. Spiritual counseling. This season's tossball predictions. The quickest way out of town.
Ravati wanted me to talk to you about what Reed asked us to do.
But what? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb. Every time I try to engage you in conversation, you look at the floor, answer in single words, and slink away. I can't imagine what would be so brave as to drive her to my mission. What has Mr. Thompson asked you to do?
Cut power to Adelaide's deserters.
Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk.
What do you think of Adelaide's group, Vicar?
They've rejected the order of society and lived beyond the walls so thoughtfully provided by our Spacer's Choice patrons. Does that strike you as a responsible life choice?
Depends on how well the leader can provide beyond your walls.
Astute. But I am here, not in the deserter camp. So that's not a variable I can account for.
So what do you advise?
Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold.
Is that even possible?
Not if things are left to stand as they are. you don't mind a bit of unsolicited advice, be cautious on your way to the geothermal plant. It is not as safe as you might assume.
And why is that?
One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down banned heretical texts.
Oh no.
I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting the collector's library in Emerald Vale. However, the collector's residence lies outside the town's walls. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I'd pay a handsome sum for the book.
Why would a Vicar be after a banned heretical book?
I just want to keep the writing out of layman's hands. It wouldn't do for such information to fall into public consumption.
I need to know a bit more about this book before I agree to this.
It's a handwritten journal, a faded blue cover with the name M. Bakono handwritten in the lower corner. I'll mark where I saw it on your map, assuming you're serious. It is not only a beautiful relic of a bygone time, it's also the thoughts of an early thinker on the nature of man's place in the cosmos. Not many in this colony could understand its true value, should they ever read it.
I'll look for your book.
Thank you. If you retrieve it, you can always find me here.
Where are we headed?
I noticed you mentioned your dad a lot, but never your mother.
That's on account of how I never met her.
I'm sorry.
It's hard to miss her name. I don't love her over much. She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. She worked in the Vale a few months, studying mechanical computers. The contract said any kids she had, expected or not, belonged to her office from the time of conception. So when I was born, same here.
That's inhuman.
It's sensible. Dad just fixed machines. She did some kind of crazy math, high-level stuff. Better to raise me on his time.
You mentioned something earlier I want to ask you about.
You mean about the mission being too clean?
Isn't it supposed to be clean? It's church.
I know, but Vicker says the universe is a machine, and it runs by law. Real machines have gunk of oil, scratches, and worn bits. You can tell when you see a handle with a use button. The machine Vicker sees is one that ain't never been run. It's not for people to live in. It's something on a museum shelf under glass.
You're a mechanic. Whenever you see a machine, it's in need of fixing.
Fixing the universe is a job for somebody way better than the likes of me.
Let's get back to it. So that wasn't too terribly helpful, but then again, should we really be surprised about the, corporate church boy saying, let's bring people back into the fold? Saltuna Cannery, the only source of protein a busy worker needs. Oh, God. Is all they eat fish? Oh, yeah, I can actually talk to the guy.
I've been requisitioning backup for months. Guess the boss finally gets his sense. You ever swung a trencher? Let me see your refuge stand. I want to make sure you're up to snuff.
Are you okay? You seem confused.
I'm talking about mechanical soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of iron and lies.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just my luck. I asked for backup and the boss sends me one of them simple folk. All right. Listen real close. Are fires of malevolence. I see them over by the old power plant, clattering about, firing at the birds, orchestrating their uprising. When the swarm of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering beneath your cot? Or standing shoulder to shoulder with the resistance?
If your resistance needs another gun, I am for hire.
I've been gathering up a war chest over the years. Some tuna cans, mostly, some spacer's jaw, a few bit cards. I'll reward you for your aid.
Proper armies pay enlistment fees.
Enlistment fees? Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't want to give the resistance a bad name.
What do you need done?
They have sent a scout, prowling around the junkyard just behind our beloved town. The scout must not be permitted to return to its base of operations. Cross it off, then report back.
If I'm going after this mechanical scout, I could use a couple of pointers.
Mechanical's got a weak spot in their midsections. I think the technical term is, the blue glowy square thing.
Well, that's real helpful. I'll leave you be. Bum. Wait for this map to load. Bum. Alright, so T&L makes the best gear for your friends and family. The Companion Ledger. The Companion Ledger lets you see everything you need to know about your companion. Skills, stats, status effects, and gear. Oh, hey! So it actually does, you know... We can actually equip them, including their armor. Nice. The old stained overalls tell Parvati works hard, but the goggles tell you she values safety. And she's even got her own perk list. Nice. So she's got Persuade, Lockpick, and Engineering. Well, happy birthday to your grandmother. A little early, but you know. Terminal. Please insert Captain's identification cartridge to initiate remote landing. Well, I don't have access to my ship yet, so... Let's go put a round in that scout and see what, you know, works. '79's a good age. Five damage types: Physical, Plasma, Corrosion, Shock, and N-Ray. That's a nice bit of ammo we just found. So she's still got plenty of years ahead of her. That's actually really good to hear, Kat. Bolter pistol. Bolter pistol joke. This small lightweight pistol can make you feel like a big shot who can fire a big shot. It uses energy ammo from what it looks like. Now, personally, I'm not one for energy guns, but, you know. Pre-sliced bread. Looks like someone was living out in here, but unfortunately, now they don't. Also, yeesh, no shower? You'd think that the company would force hygiene standards. To be fair, opioid addiction is not entirely people's own faults. Especially since, you know, what doctors do nowadays. Yeah, there you go. Now I have a 20 in medical. Put some points into guns. After this... You know, I'll also train up my handguns, too. Spend the time refining my capabilities to kick ass and take names. So I've got an energy gun and I've got a long rifle. Sounds about right to me. I got a blade as a backup. It's not. It's an 18 shotgun, but it certainly looks like a revolver.
Bring us honor, soldier.
You won't have to worry about that scout anymore.
You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs. Pulled it off the cables out of 10 cases. Actually, don't tell me. Rather use my imagination. You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one. And the enemy is legion. What you need is an equalizer. A weapon to strike fear in their cold mechanical hearts. Cantina, lavatory, behind one of the toilets. That's where I've kept it hidden all these years.
You hid your secret weapon in a lavatory.
Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very last place a mechanical has need to enter.
I'll let you know if I find it.
On the double, soldier. Don't want the bartender poking around in there with a mop.
I'll leave you be. Why do I have the feeling that this secret weapon's gonna be not what we think it is? Plain and pure water. Ingredients, 99% water. It's crisp, it's delicious, it's nutritious, it's water. Now with 11% more natural water flavoring. Spacer's Choice frozen dinner. I don't smoke. Oh yeah, no, Flame's a sweetheart. Dehydrated water. Just add air. Now available in carbonated. Water, now without the hydrogen or oxygen. How? How did you manage that? That's just legitimately impressive. There's just assault rifles in the fucking, you know, just store. It's cool, lads. She is indeed a treasure. So, yeah, I like that bolter pistol. This is the revolver. It's not worst unless it's Borst worst. Oh, God.
You're not a big drinker, are you?
Well, I found this thing. Also, I definitely need, if I want to get in there, I definitely need to, you know, get more hack tools. Looks like she hasn't slept a day in her life.
I don't know you.
Nice to meet you, too. Everyone's so friendly and welcoming in this town.
You don't welcome trouble. I don't know what you're about, but this here's a Spacer's Choice drinking establishment. We're all loyal, hard-working company folk here.
What a fine establishment it is.
You really think so? That's kind of you. I've been trying to keep the floors clean. You got no idea how long it takes to scrub the tiles. Guess I misreckoned you. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be curt. We just got some problems lately. I can get you a drink if you like. Gotta ask you to enjoy your beverage within the premises, though. Can't risk you bringing a drink over to those deserters. You understand.
Fine by me. Oh, yeah, Reed mentioned those deserters.
Traitors. A lot of them. A bunch of folks decided they were tired of working and went out into the wilds to fend for their own selves. Someone's already struggling to make quotas, even without that band of slackwits abandoning their posts. Bunch of lazy, shiftless rum leeches. Anyway, enough about them. What can I do for you?
I'll have a drink.
Coming right up.
Your merchant skill is equal to the value of your best dialogue skill and is used to negotiate prices when buying and selling from vendors. God, everything's expensive here.
Oh, I almost forgot. I'm contractually obligated to recite company slogans to any visitors. We'll get you mostly drunk at half the price. Spacer's Choice.
Felt like chatting.
Go ahead.
I was wondering if you knew anything about the Hope.
The Hope? No, I've never mixed a drink by that name. I could get you a rum and something if you like. Wait, no, never mind. We're all out of something.
I'm not talking about the drink. I'm not talking about a drink. I'm from the Hope myself.
You feeling a bit flushed? Look, why don't you go set yourself down in the corner before you get all tangle-footed?
I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. I just want to know if anybody else made it off the Hope.
Then pretend you're drunk. Sober folk don't talk the way you are. Not unless they're looking for a trip to Tartarus. The Hope's folklore, all right? 60, 70-year-old folklore by now. The board don't approve of spreading seditious rumors and falsehoods. You're inviting trouble talking that way, and I don't want a part of it.
You sound scared.
Look, either shut your gob or stick a drink in it. We're done talking about this.
Never mind. Titus Andronius, Blood and Revenge are hammering in his head. A new original masterpiece from the director of Damn It. And I got out the wrong way, so whatever. It's a lizard. Yeah. So yeah, I should check out what his secret weapon was. Sealed bundle. A curious bundle discovered near a latrine in the Edgewater Canteen. A note reads, if found, please return to Ludwood Miller at the landing pad. Thanks. Unfortunately, it's got to load everything. Instead of just loading it all when the game loads up. A little annoying, but eh. It's still loading up. Here you go, Ludwig.
Bring us honor, soldier.
Found that package you mentioned.
Feast your eyes, soldier. This here is a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge. I call it the hand of the law. You ever want to see a tentacle flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple thousand bolts in its nuts. With compliments from old Ludwig.
Sounds like fun.
Well, this is a quarterly performance review, soldier. Ours is a grave and sacred duty. I've accompanied the journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. I'm talking about the old geothermal plant. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You need to get a passcode from the boss, Lee Thompson.
Don't worry about that. I've already got a passcode.
I've been after a passcode for years. Boss said no on account of my gross incompetence with all matters related to security. I need you to get us the brain of a mechanic. Well, not exactly the brain. Anatomically speaking, what we're looking for is a logic module.
How am I supposed to get one of these logic modules?
There's the rub. If a mechanical breaks down, the logic module fries, so you can't rip one out of its horse. You're going to have to find an intact model somehow.
Pravati, is a logic module something you could help with?
I don't reckon so. I work with gears and pistons and such. Stuff you can put hands to. Computers and mechanical brains. That's on mechanical.
You know, she names the mechanical she fixes. Calls them Bess and Clancy and so on. Keep a careful eye on her. Could be a sympathizer.
Anyway, what are you planning?
are gonna rip those mechanical secrets right out of their circuits.
Edgewater is in the middle of nowhere. You don't have a contact.
Well, excuse me. What I meant was I'm going to get a contact. Didn't know I had to be all prissy about my grammar around you.
Seems simple enough.
If you die horribly, I will pour out a can of zero-G to your memory.
I'll leave you be. Since all roads seem to lead to the geothermal plant, I'm going to have to load this map every time, aren't I? Oh, that's going to get messy quickly. Trespassing, lockpicking, hacking, and murder, all considered illegal activities, are frowned upon by society. Avoid being seen if you want to engage in those activities without being, punished. I'll take some mag picks, if you don't mind. Oh, this seems like it could be valuable for something. Adreno, bypass, shunt, bits. So many bits. Be a pretty miserable experience, especially since there's no shower in here. Are showers... Is smelling good only for management? Again, you swear that they have a hygiene standard in here. Mr. Ouch. Consumables. Here you can use, junk, or drop your consumables. Your emergency medical inhaler is shown at the top of the screen. Uses Adreno as fuel to heal you in an emergency and is always loaded to slot 1. Increase the medical skill to unlock more drug mixing slots that can hold all types of consumables, not just Adreno. Each lot is mixed into every puff of the inhaler for combined effect. Your medical skill increases the duration of all the effects. Oh, God. So I can use Skin Tough Salve in my Adreno and huff skin cream. Okay. Mr. Ouch. This mob makes a melee weapon have more inertia without increasing its weight. It's best not to think about that. Meanwhile, the Mag to Zap changes a weapon's damage type to Shock. This modification electrically charges the chambered round immediately before firing. Upon impact, the round discharges, electrocuting the target. Simple enough for me. Looks like they're getting more buildings out here, or would be getting more buildings out here if they had more manpower. Ah, Marauder. Let's try out my new handgun. Oh, this thing's a burster pistol.
Everyone all right?
Nice. Not a bad little gun we have here. It's 2 bodies. Where's the third? Should probably keep a light handgun just in case. Trip blade, 2-handed melee. Old MacDonald had a trip blade, E-I-E-I-O, and with the blade he killed a sprat, E-I-E-I-O. Probably could have blown them all up in one clean burst, but I'm not too preferential. Ow, ow, ow. Yeesh. Light machine gun. Where's my heavy gun that uses light ammo? You asked for it, and the Spacer's Choice provides. Well, I think I just found a way how I can use it, but it uses heavy weapons. But it uses light ammo. Come on, I want to see this bad boy in action. Annoying how it kind of has to load. Cash register, some Drano. Gourmet Saltunas. Brewski. Hacking tools. Nice. God, do I have to look after... Yeah, but I've got to look into all of these. Looks like there was a model helmet thing. Light ammo. Another light machine gun. Nice. I do feel bad about walking in their neighborhood and gunning them down, but on the other hand, they kind of came after... Well, arguably I shot first. We're just going to call it a morally ambiguous situation, okay? Okay. Can't get in there. I've got the skill needed, I don't have the tools. Evicted, evicted. Evicted. Ah, shit, I was out of ammo. Boom, that's an ugly headshot. Ah, I have a minimum time dilation before I can reuse my ability. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, hi.
Whew, we made it.
Not being dead is indeed a good thing. Dervish Miss. Adrenaline booster, speedy. Okay, so that's what you use to get high on what one would call the cocaines. Click. I do like that sort of like, it feels like his thumb's like hitting off a safety or something like that. That's when you know it's party time. Yeah, I think that's all the bodies at least. Oh, nah, he's empty. The Emerald Vale Community Center. Oh shit.
All together.
Yeah, I don't think you expected me to kick in the front door screaming. Don't worry, I didn't think I'd be doing that either. Oops. I just realized I could put sliced bread in my thing, couldn't I? Pristine knives are more than shiny.
Nice one.
Shit. Combat is definitely lethal in this game, though.
Everyone all right?
For both sides. Should actually probably put on the Marauder armor as well. Oh, reconditioned exo helmet. Oh, okay, so that's how that works. So the second slot is headgear, the first slot is body armor. Now I'm looking like I'm a freaking mall ninja, and that works for me. Mall ninja me up, boys. This Saturday, only at the Biotic Sport Arena. Rizzo's Rangers versus Aunt Cleo's Darlings. Blood-thrilling action! Alright, terminal access. Please select a command. Hack 25 and code first aid keycard. Thank you for using Spacer's Choice. Return to root. Logs. History of Emerald Vale exhibit. Synopsis. History of Emerald Vale. Once complete, will also display the proud heritage of our settlement for generations to come. Decorating the main hall of our noble community center, this elaborate diorama of memorabilia of our settlement's founding will embody the hard-working spirit of our Spacer family. The centerpieces of this grand exhibit will be a taxidermied mannequin erected within our main lobby as a sign of civilization's victory over nature itself. And that's because it's Major Crest of Feldarius. Coming soon, feast your eyes on the great frilled mantiqueen, sovereign of her nest, imported from the wilds of Terra 1 to thrill and excite your imagination. But there's nothing in there. Canid, Beta lupus familiaris. Canids can be found all over Emerald Vale in two distinct varieties, domesticated and feral. Feral canids hunt and pack, while domesticated canids can be loyal companions. It's important to remember that a canid is still a wild animal and should be treated with caution. Primals. This display, fashioned to resemble a pair of mighty primals, required extensive field research. Let us have a moment of silence for the researchers who gave their lives in pursuit of authenticity. Fish! Saltuna. Salmon Iode salinus. In the ocean rivers of the heart and veins of the Emerald Vale, then Saltuna is our highly profitable blood. These meaty fish live in the ocean and migrate upstream during mating season. Saltuna are siliparius, which means they perish after a single reproductive episode. That's when our trusty Spacer Choice harvesters scoop up their corpses to be cleaned, processed, canned, and delivered straight to your dinner table. So you wait until they splooge, and then, okay, well, at least it's, at least you guarantee your, hell? All the workers are dead. Corporation Service Award, a medium-sized award typical of the kind given out of the annual achievement banquets galaxy-wide. What was this award for? Most unused paid time off? Greatest amount of coffee drunk in one break? Fewest bathroom rests? You will never know. First aid control room, riot control armor. Magna Zap, toughened. Alright. More riot control armor. Sawed-off shotgun. I can either go with a light yellow, which also has less, Or I can go with a nice, more subdued color. That looks better. I like that better. Well, to be fair, there's a reason why Dimitri kept breaking all of his stuff when he was younger. Whenever that crest fires off, boom. Whoever's in front of, Dimitri is gonna die. Imagine if he had a major, and you can imagine the shenanigans. Meanwhile, what do we got for guns? This also uses light ammo. Nice. I think I just found my weapon for choice for some time. Terminal access. Welcome, Director Pickett. What are the messages? From Rosenberg. Everyone, the keycard encoder in the lobby is back up and running. Hopefully it won't go on the fritz again and start shooting keycards at anyone who walks by. As a reminder, in case it does break down again, you can borrow a keycard from the director or one of the workers in the second floor office if you lose your card. Tramiel. Director Pickett, I must lodge a complaint. Your obsession with this Mana Queen is wasting all of our budget and holding up development on the entire exhibit. This has to stop. Hunters and Trackers Ltd. Hello, Mr. Pickett. This letter is to update you regarding your request for one adult Mantiqueen. As you may remember, our trackers discovered a beautiful specimen out in the wild. Per your approval, we employed a team of highly skilled hunters to kill it for you. We regret to inform you that the entire team has perished. Please expect an invoice from our office, including the cost of their gravesite fees as stipend in our contract. Additionally, we must ask you to cover the cost of all equipment damaged, corroded, dissolved, eaten, or digested, partially or otherwise. Thank you for your patronage. Allow me to offer you an opportunity to purchase a second hunting expedition at a 10% discount. I look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Hunters and Trackers Ltd. Hunters and Trackers Limited, teaching the fauna of Halcyon the cruel realities of existence. At least I can open up the first aid room. And it's unpowered, but it has experimental anthrolin? Something tells me that's a quest item. Stun Baton, Pep Prills, Dervish Mist. Ammo is thankfully pretty forthcoming, so, we don't need to buy it. Jeweled Ring, a metal ring inset with a gemstone. This ring is an unidentified gemstone set into its ancient metal frame. Its metal accent frame. It's probably not going to let you buy a new spaceship, but it's definitely worth more than a few bits. Bypass Shunt, Mag Pick, lots of ammo. Sell off some of this crap I'm not going to use. Probably break it down, but right now I kind of just want to... Spacer's Chaw. It's nicotine. Recommended by 10 out of 10 medical professionals. I think that's a scam. Usually it's 9 out of 10. I mean, yeah. I'll probably just stash that on the ship. Oh, light assault rifle versus... Huh. Can't decide on what weapon characteristics are most important to you? Forget to switch weapons in the middle of a fight. This TNL assault rifle is for you. It's always a good choice. Oh, these all count as junk. Pre-sliced bread, gourmet, salt tuna fillet. Yes, I'm going to spike my frickin' inhaler with fish. Ambidextrine. Shoot in your snoot. Marauder helmet. This old hibiscus helmet has been patched and repatched so many times that its use is no longer recommended by 4 out of 5 hyperbaric workers. I currently like my current helmet because it looks aesthetic as fuck. Yeah, I'm going to go with the hood if you don't mind. It's light armor, but I'm sorry. It looks legit. Antique saber. Oh, what is that? Oh. An exceedingly old saber. Not much use in combat, but it'll look grand on a wall somewhere. This might look nice in one of the crew rooms on the Unreliable. Meanwhile... Yeah, okay. Alright, so heading upstairs. More light ammo. Guide to Mechanical Engineering Volume 1. The Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering Volume 1, a dense technical primer on the mechanical engineering published by Spacer's Choice. This volume describes the process of building a computing machine using electrodes and spectrum potatoes. I might just have a wee bit of ammo to use on everything. The only thing I'm really lacking is energy, and my handgun energy damage is kind of for special situations anyway. Mantis Swarm examined. With just a little science, you can tinker your weapons and armor at a workbench, increasing the damage they inflict or prevent. I'm down for that. Well, this is their spare colony. I'm going to assume that they're burning something in there, and that the region is not on fire. Yeah, that's a geothermal plant.
business stuff. I wanted to put around here.
Unexpected beginning security patrol.
Here they come!
Okay. You know, I think some mistakes were made. Ow. Yeah, the shotgun's not exactly good for soft target. Not good for hard targets. Bleh, I'm stupid. Yeah, I wanted to go talk to the lady anyway. Let her know about the situation, so, you know. Oh, when did these guys die? Alright. Hopefully there's something good. Oh, Lord. Something happened in here. Scorch Journal. After sneaking parts out of the industrial sector for a couple of days, I think I finally have everything I need to build my own flying death machine. However, upon closer inspection, I'm not entirely sure all these components will fit together properly. It's not like the board would build their mechanicals with custom tooled parts, right? Everything would have to be modular for all these mechanicals to run efficiently. I'll tool around with things a bit and see what I can't put together. After a few hours of experimentation, things are starting to come together, but I still don't have it down to an exact science. For instance, there's something wrong with the memory processing board I can't seem to sort out. When I tried to install it, the unit made a loud buzzing noise and refused to respond to any feedback. I removed it, whacked it with the wrench a few times, and that seemed to stop the buzzing. Things seemed like they were working for a few seconds after I installed it again, but now there's a sharp clicking noise every few seconds, and the damn thing's right stabilizer won't stop twitching. I'll try moving the processing core again and giving it another few more whacks. That'll learn it. Oh, you're dumb. The right of percussive maintenance does not... Ooh, a plasma rifle. Okay. The main problem I see with a plasma rifle is that it eats a lot of energy, without a whole lot of benefit to it. Give it a second to load. Some energy weapons can charge up for a bigger attack. You know, that sounds cool, but I'm probably going to just stick using my energy gun as a handgun. Don't get me wrong, I like plasma guns, but I think I'll stick to tried and true shotgun. It is annoying how it has to load up every time you switch out a weapon. More mag picks. Finding that mag picks are a lot more valuable than shunts. I've barely found any personal computers, but I found a lot of lockboxes. Probably just goes to show you that the company doesn't want to let people be smart enough to mess with their computery bits. Were you using origami paper as, well, at least this person had a shower. Like, that's a step up from most people working around here. But I guess he had to pay for the right to, you know, use that shower with the fact he's using origami as toilet paper. Man, life sucks around here.
Move along, stranger. You don't want any trouble. I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along.
I'm looking for Adele Day. I need some answers.
Answers, huh? You must be one of those philosophicals. Already got ourselves one of those.
I'm looking for the geothermal plant. Know anything about it?
A geo what? Look, plants ain't my purview. You're better off asking after Adelaide.
Oh, Adelaide.
You're gonna start wandering around my camp. Know that I got my sights on you.
Where can I find Adelaide?
Over in the hothouse. Fanny Croft. Enough with the questions. No offense, but I've got a lot on my mind.
We all got problems. I just got shot into space.
Explains why you're still yammering on at me. No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some time ago. Just up and vanished without a trace. Now I'm facing around wondering if Marauders stuck to her.
I'll keep an eye out.
It's not like Zoe to go on. Figured she might be out scavenging. That ain't exactly her talent. Can't imagine where she's gone. Vale's a wide place. She could be anywhere.
Don't worry about it. I'll find her.
Appreciate it. Honest.
I got questions about Zoe.
Tell you what I can.
How well do you know her?
Well enough to know we never got on. Zoe's definitely close. If anybody knows the workings of her mind, he does.
Okay. Anywhere where she might be hiding?
Vex me. If she told anybody, they ain't telling me. I check her room, but I got yelled at for snooping once already.
You snooped around in her room?
Little ways ago. She was always obsessing over her serial dramas. Wanted to see what the fuss was about.
Maybe the Marauders took her away.
Could be. Dangers aplenty out there. No telling why Marauders would steal somebody like Zoe. But no useful skill as far as I can tell.
Any chance you could point me out somewhere specific and not just out there?
Marauder gang just moved into the districts a little ways east. Their numbers are growing. Gotta come from somewhere.
Let's change the subject.
What is it?
I'll leave you be. She's looking in good health. Nice to see some folks.
Me turning on the spit outside. If you bear an illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch your poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewall, leave them at the gates and be welcome here. Any questions, dear?
You must be Adele Day. I cannot say her name properly. Just another Ianism.
I've been called that among other things. Being from grandmother, just strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do just
Adelaide.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just. You got such pretty trees in here. Why, thank you. Oh, Robert, girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Stay long. You should try some of my tobacco tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but it's been clear.
Looks like you made a home for yourself out here.
A home for anyone who's ever turned their backs on Edgewater. A home for those of us with nowhere left to go and nothing but livers. So the spores of the puffball cast on the wind and alighting on a fresh soil. Wasted down many roots.
Why'd you leave your old home?
It is an unpleasant story here. But the short of it is that sometimes one wakes up and realizes the place that was once our home for much of her life has changed. The home in which we spent our lives has left us behind us, so we must move on. That is as much as I will say, so.
Reed sent me to make peace with you.
Reed Dodson. You here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace then?
Reed asks you to consider coming back to town. He's willing to make amends.
Make amends. Spare me. Only thing Reed knows how to make is a mess. Everything else that comes out of that woman, that piece of work is okay. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves.
Reed asked me to divert your power over to him. He mentioned a geothermal plant.
He would do such a thing. Question is, why would you agree to his plans?
Your camp has a power regulator. I needed to repair my ship.
Cannery's got a regulator. You want shipwrights, you ought to rip them out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that old.
A hero to you, maybe.
A hero to the people who matter. To us. To the ones who come around. To the ones you save. We will never understand. He has been too long inebriated on the wine of corporate culture. All he sees is productivity, output, profits.
Let's say I help you. What happens to Edgewater?
Life in Edgewater grinds to a halt. The cannery shuts down, workers desert in droves, and our own little camp grows and thrives.
You think Reed's just trying to spite you?
If you bring power to Reed's town and you'll be killing us, Reed knows it. He's counting on it.
What have you got against the town?
You've seen that visual expression with your own eyes. Hollowed out workers laboring their lives away at the cannery, living off whatever scraps Spacer's choice throws us. You know that's true, don't you, Miss Holcomb? Your father died of overwork. His heart gave out. He was tired all the time, sure, but he was old. He raised me all by his lonesome. Look what they do to this child. Lost her family to the company, and still she defends them.
What do you have against people trying to make a living?
It's not much of a living. Every single person in that town has sold themselves to Spacer's Choice. The company owns them. Body, blood, and bones. You've been there. You've seen it. All anyone ever does is toil over a cannery. They give their lives for some heartless corporation, and then they're tossed into a Spacer's Choice brand cemetery.
I guess you have a point.
So, what do you say? Divert power over to us. Shut down that abominable cannery for good.
I'll consider it.
I trust you will listen to your conscience.
Something you need?
You mentioned something earlier I want to ask you about.
In the bar? When I asked if you were a drinker?
You sounded worried.
Sorry. I know, it's none of my business.
I don't make a habit of imbibing.
It's not like I think of a failing of mine. It's just I live right across the road. Most nights I watch folks out the window. When they come in here, they might be happy with themselves. Makes me get tired. And they leave their man themselves. When they stumble into the alley and listen to their hearts breaking.
Sounds like folk here live hard times.
Maybe so. But we don't think mine that way.
Let's get back to it. Ah, well. That's stealing.
Anything else I can do for you?
When we first talked, you assumed I'd come to live here.
I am getting old, you know. These two lamps of mine are not as bright as they once were. Or I might have seen you for what you are.
I don't imagine... and what's that?
Remains to be seen. Might be the man that saves the veil. Might be Reed's personal gun hand.
Or I could just be passing through.
None of us are ever just passing through, dear. Not without leaving some footprints behind.
As long as we leave the world a better place than we found it.
Well, if the colony felt the way you did, we'd have ourselves a proper revolution. I can't stop you from conducting the business down at the plant. I just want you to know that if you take our power away, you will have brought an end to our way of life.
You always continue your way of life back in town.
Not a good choice. He and I would come to blows within a day, and he would never tolerate my taking to a dog. This is my home. It will be my home, even if Reed cuts our power. Simple as that.
You and Reed obviously have some history.
That's because Reed was my boss. I was the cannery's one and only flavor specialist, you see. Remember that limited run of dark chocolate saltine? That was all me.
There's obviously more to it than that.
My son. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said not to do his own treatment. Said the medicine would be wasted. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need to hear.
Sounds like the town turned its back on you.
This rots from the head down. I do not blame the town. I blame the leader.
We've talked enough. Personal files. Hack that. Easy. Nice to know that, it's a little sad that there isn't a hacking minigame, but on the other hand, there doesn't need to be. First entry. May the Eternal bless my first endeavor. It's been 2 days since I walked away from life at that Edgewater cannery. Fortunately, the old biotomical labs are still operational. Mostly. The soil's sour. I'll do what I can, but I'm obviously going to need some powerful fertilizer. Tired of having the taste of Saltuna lingering in my tongue day in, day out. I want something fresh. Something that grows out of the earth. Last entry. We found another worker from Edgewater. Hex worker now. Desertion rates must be climbing. I'm not terribly surprised. Reed's style of management has always been tyrannical. I imagine an exodus is brewing. At any rate, the worker was in a sorry state. Fever, shallow breathing, delirious. Must have been plagued. I sent him right with a diet of greens. He was all better in a couple of weeks. Physically, spiritually. He's one of the flock now. Experimental. Oh my god. Is this plague that they're talking about scurvy? Oh my fucking god, I think it's scurvy. Because they have access to things like bread, water, and all the basic subsidies, but I noticed that a lot of their diet doesn't typically feature fruit or vegetables. They're deficient in a variety of things that you kind of need, like, you know, vitamin C and vitamin A and all that jazz. Sure, they're getting all the omega fatty acids they could ever want, but... And actually, no, Adobel, I just flat out bought it. I'm hereby repurposing this biochemical lab from its original conception as a gear in the soulless automaton of the corporate machine. This greenhouse may look impressive, but it's all Spacer's Choice products. It's cheap and unreliable. I'll have to make some repairs with my own two hands. This place shall become a nursery, but before it was abandoned, I understand the horticulturalists failed to produce a single viable crop, something about the soil being too poor. I am determined to find a way, by the eternal smile upon my endeavors. Flora are living things, as sensitive to their environment as any breathing, thinking body. I contend that the cops in this region failed because the corporate scientists tending to them are cold, heartless, inhumane people acting on behalf of a sterile and inhumane power. One cannot expect your crops to flush with green and reach for the sky under these conditions. The soil is sour, it's true. I don't know how to quite explain that. I'm sure the scienticians will say something about biology or the carbon cycle. But I can conclude after months of my own experimentation that the secret to a rich and wholesome garden is love, attention, compassion, and natural fertilizer bursting with organic materials, just as nature intended. It's most certainly a combination of both. Science helps bring it out, but you still need, you know, to use good quality stock if you want good stock. Hates saltuna, but has gourmet saltuna fillet. I don't know, Chief. Also a hatchet, god damn. Zoe's journal. So that's it then. No more Edgewater for me. No more cannery. No more jumpsuits and gloves. Yes, ma'am, so would you like another's? I don't know why I'm writing this down for posterity's sake, because I've always hated the cannery, and I don't think I'll ever have a look back to this journal many years hence. And I tell myself, oh wow, did I hate the veil once, didn't I? Just because I got sick. Everybody gets sick. Well, okay, I got sick and grabbed a little too much adrenatime. Is that really a crime? I gotta treat myself when I'm sick, don't I? Whatever happened to personal responsibility and surviving by one's own bootstraps? Oh, but you misappropriate one box of adrenatime. Suddenly you're committing larceny. Good news, I'm alive. Starting to feel a little better, too. There's a group of deserters living out in the old botanical labs. They found a way to grow some food, or something that passes for food, anyway. Adelaide boiled a pot of something green and leafy and told me to drink it twice a day for my symptoms, I suppose. Tasted atrocious, but I've been feeling better. It's nice to be away from the cannery. The labs just have enough power to run an ether wave, so I've been catching up on my serial dramas. Masked Musketeer, what would I do without you? Go crazy, most likely. Crack me up, murder all my neighbors, and run screaming into the hills like some wild marauder. I don't know, that doesn't sound too bad. I can see myself leading a cadre of marauders, a band of bandits. Wait, that doesn't seem right. A band of bandits? What do we call ourselves? The Formidable 14, the 100 Hooligans, featuring Zoe, Bandit Queen. Well, today's the day, Zoe. Today's the day to take your destiny into your own hands. Been listening to Grace talk about the Marauder threat. Bands of wild, free-spirited bandits living in camps out in the hills, warming themselves by the light of barrel fires. Probably mounted the heads of their enemies on spikes as a warning to folk like me. Living a life of comfort and ease, free of any rules. I bet they could take the whole region if they were organized. I've been tucking away some of Adelaide's food, and I've got some spare cans of saltuna. She'll last me a couple of weeks if I ration. Got some adrenatime, too. Everybody loves adrenatime. Even marauders, right? I got odds those marauders will let me throw in with them if I dangle a couple of syringes of adrenatime before their eyes. This is going to be great. Look out, Terror 2. Bandit Queen Zoe's origin story has just begun. I've got a whole gang of marauders at my beck and call. Maybe I can even score some rezos. Well, that's probably not a good thing. Skills and perks. Probably bump up to get to dialogue 40 naturally. Then I'll start working on my tech skills. Alternatively, I could actually start working on the defense. Nah, I'm going to start working on my stealth skills. Next perk. Combat dialogue ability. You have unlocked a dialogue combat skill. When attacking the correct type of target, they are automatically debilitated. Huh. You know what? Quicken the Dead. Your time dilation meter recharges that much quicker. I think I'll take that. How's it going, buddy?
We got Kanan ribs, Kanan flank, Kanan snout too. Something I can help you with?
I'm told one of your numbers gone missing.
You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. I'd like her to go local now.
Was she acting strange before she disappeared?
Can't say I recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her habit of writing things down on scraps of paper. She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain odd. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all these questions.
What happened on the day Zoe disappeared?
Zoe and I were going to watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found.
Tell me a little bit about Zoe.
Zoe was always obsessed with the serial. Masked marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches you neurotic companions the wisdom of free market economics. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a surprise lined up for her.
What was that about surprising Zoe?
The other day I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was going to surprise Zoe with it, but she was gone the next day.
Oh, really? Sorry. Hold on, I'll fix up audio. Didn't know it was that quiet. No one kicked up a fuss. Let's give that a shot. Anyway, hello, Otlavo.
Hey, I got time.
Wait, what? Has it been quiet all day? Please don't tell me it's been quiet all day. As in, no game noise, no nothing. Literally nothing. Or people have been able to hear the voices, I hope to dear God. And no one thought to say anything. Okay. Well, looks like the audio works now. I feel very silly. Well, thank you for bringing that up to me. It's just going to be awkward as hell to have come to the fact that probably people left when they heard only me speaking and not video game. God damn it.
Something I can help you with?
More questions about Zoe.
I'll help if I can.
There we go. Another bolt pistol. Is this the general store, or no, it's another house? At least their houses are looking nicer out here. Much smaller, but at least it looks like a colony rather than, say, a miserable place to live. Like other places, they've got fruits and veggies. Well, let's go pull Zoe out of the fire. Huh. Killed something while I was gone?
What is it?
I'll leave you be. Anyway, good to see you, Outlavo. How's it going? Sorry about the whole sound problem, but, you know. Yeah, no, this game is very much lethal. Actually use your sneak attacks and shit. Turns out in the space future, you know, I am on hard difficulty. I didn't go for Supernova because I wasn't sure how difficult the game was going to be. I think I made a good choice, though. Let's actually take some cover.
Got it.
Boink. Boink.
Here we go. Not working.
Honestly, when you're here at Lavo, feel free to do so. The viewer experience is the most important thing, so if you're not having a good time, please criticize me. That makes things better. Know that I'm not going to get angry at you for that.
Easy.
Retrofitted heavy power armor. Now we're getting us some kit. Keep your office equipment in tip-top shape for superior company efficiency. Honestly, I'm not feeling that power armor. I think I'll go with a bit of a light bend right now. This ain't too bad, admittedly. So it makes me oddly dark-skinned for some reason. It's just the light. I think I'll continue with my riot control armor for right now. Yummy, pre-sliced bread. You are encumbered from carrying too many items. Spacer's Choice commends you for putting company profits ahead of your spinal health. You cannot sprint or fast travel while encumbered. Your carry weight is displayed at the top left of the ledger. Drop items to reduce the carry weight. Yeah, I'm thinking it's time to return back. Yeah, okay, so there's specific points where you can fast travel to. I need to fast travel back to the ship. So I can just, you know, grind down some of these weapons I'm not using and store away some other things. And here's the ship. Oh, there's just a soft shotgun right next to the workbench now. Okay.
If your equipment is in need of repair or modification, the Crux 2000 workbench is at your disposal.
Modifications cannot be removed once they're used, so put them in your favorite gear. Josh weapons are built for the discerning warrior who wants a custom and personalized weapon, just like everyone else. Where can I store equipment? Because there's some stuff I just want to keep away. Okay, here we are. Light assault rifle, Drano.
These surveillance devices allow me to monitor you constantly. Please ignore them.
So how do I put things away?
If I'd been able to get out here, I so would have stripped this for parts.
Never mind then. I'm not allowed to do that yet until I do the main quest, which I then restore power to the ship. Yeah, I think I'll break down this power armor and this helmet. A shock shotgun. Yeah, that sounds good. Then for my armor, I'll put in some blast padding. A set of armored plates to reinforce an armor's protection, blocking incoming damage below a certain intensity. Upgrade the rifle's damage, because I'm actually liking this hunting rifle quite a bit. Upgrade bolter damage, upgrade shotgun damage. And I'll see what I can't do about upgrading my armor to a... Ooh, that gets... but it's already at armor 10, so we'll work with that. Break down the spare hunting rifle I have. Alright, that works. That's the engine, that's respec. Alright. Now that I've had some time to tweak the kit a bit, this should work out a bit better for me. Instead of using standard issue gear. Though honestly, she should probably... What? Oh, she's got a enhanced magazine size on that thing. I don't know why the frames are eating it today. I wonder if that's the issue. Why everything's taking so long to load and shit. Because, is Microsoft streaming this game to me? Am I streaming this game and then in turn playing it? Because if that's the case, oh god damn it. We seem to be back, though, thankfully, because I'm noticing there's at least a few frame drops, or it's been dropping today. Taste the freedom. Prefabricated living. Just like home. In either case, this is my first time giving the Microsoft Store a try, so if there's problems, I do apologize for it. That's not me intentionally trying to, you know, do crap. Primal Behemoth. We're gonna need to slip through. Oh, shit. Oh god. Not a good idea, not a good idea. Yeah, that did not go well. Let's try that again. So N-Ray is also bypassing armor damage. Yeah, no, game is lethal. Game is very lethal. Give yourself the advantages where you can. Because the game surely isn't gonna, you know, give it to you. Yeah, so she's equipped. Oh god, what? I don't think that loaded properly. Well, actually, it's even worse. We're not only just a bog-standard human. We're a bog-standard human that woke up after 70 years of cryosleep. The only reason we're not dead is we're pumped through with enough chemicals to make, you know, to make a dead corpse blush. Not your smartest move running in there. That's one down. Far more to go. Better idea. Sometimes a plasma gun is where it's at. Ow. Yeah, those big boys are fucking lethal. I could not imagine going, melee with those guys. Dissenters in our midst. The enemy seeks to destroy our way of life. It's very weird how, again, there's like a lot of weird load-in and whatnot. I'm thinking, again, it has something to do with the Microsoft Store, which is a tad annoying, but whatever. Yeah, not forgetting that my plasma gun exists will be fine.
Here we go! Nice hit!
Ow, ow, ow. Dead. Probably super dead. Nope, because I've got those gourmet saltines somehow spiced into my fucking thingamajig, so we're not going to question it. Spacer's Choice. Found a flaw in you. During your adventures, things may happen to your character that can trigger a flaw offer. Taking the flaw is optional, but doing so provides you with a perk. Parathicophobia. After repeatedly getting beat up by primals, you no longer function well when they attack you or your companions. Nah. Tactical shotgun. Sold by Hammersmith as a short-range, high-spread weapon, this shotgun works very well in the hands of people with little training. They can be identified by a diamond. Ah, diamond. Now that's a proper looking shotgun. Since I've got the ammo for it. The fire rate's better too, actually. Now to go collect the hides when I Benny Hilled around the place. Oh, I can hunt boa. And there's a wolf pack coming in. Nope, 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 not today. Huh. Wait, this one was named. And it has a lot of shit in him. What the fuck?
Got him all.
Ammo, bolter pistol, all this shit. Genuinely fermented 100% mock apple cores. A hard cider for a hard life. To be fair, this was a named thing, so I seriously doubt that it, you know, happens that often. Looks like here's the town.
I don't know anybody who ever came out this far.
A tamed canid. I want the peaceful solution to this. Something probably tells me that I'm going to want to be sneaky about this. Going raising hell and causing a firefight's not conducive to having a good conversation. Oh, shit. And there she is, just chilling out in the middle of town, just not giving a shit. Okay. Ow. So no, heartfelt, you gotta come back to town, you were just being a fool kind of dealio. Nope, just walk in, gun him down. Sometimes the simple solution is really the best one. Sup?
crossed them all off, like some sort of heroic accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways.
You're Zoe? You sound confused or possibly unscrewed.
Only thing unscrewed around here is the head of that marauder you took down. Never seen moves like that outside my serial dramas. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen.
I need to clarify something for me.
I'm great at clarifying.
Are you a prisoner here?
No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit.
How are you even alive?
I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable.
Smartass.
Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. Yeah, must be my natural charisma.
I'll be back. I'm not comfortable seeing all these, drones just out of nowhere. They aren't active yet, but there's gonna come a time of, hi there, grenade launcher! The widest physical blast damage that bits can buy. Pneumatic piston. This metal piece is used to transfer force from one expanding gas to a crankshaft. This piston is an integral part of an automechanical's moving parts, including limbs, cameras, and weapons. An automechanical without a piston is like a canoe without a paddle. More Adreno. Gotta be something good in here. Impact hammer, Adreno, and ammo. Big cartridge. Frozen dinner and goodies. Could sleep here if I wanted to. Chinese checkers. Interesting. Even in space, Chinese checkers endures. Nice. Energy canister. This energy canister holds the power cells for an automechanical. Automechanical energy canisters have been standardized in size and shape for decades, allowing them to be used in automechanicals of all types. This one appears depleted. Corporation Service Award. Spacer's Corona, Energy Cells, Brewski, Bypass Shunt, Bit Cartridge. Yeah, there's just like no active computers in this world. Another grenade launcher, because of course. Can't believe it's easier to find a grenade launcher than it is a computer. Ow. Welcome back from the land of naps. Also, a little tetanitis never hurt anybody. Flywheel. A small metal device used to store rotational energy. Fun science fact. If you've ever wondered why it is hard to push over a functioning automechanical, but it's easy to trip over a non-functioning one, this little device is the reason. Looks like I'm way down. Caw-caw, Adderlion! Yeah, these grenade launchers weigh 5 pounds total. Best to break them. Oh wait, that's the one with the diamond in it. That's pristine. My hunting rifle's starting to break down a bit. Armor's a little damaged, but otherwise we're okay. Can I just steal her clothes? Yes, yes I can if I really wanted to. I can just steal my companion's clothes. Let's not do that, though. I'd rather prefer my armor that I've been working on. Oh, that's rude. I just realized I just wasted one of my uses of the skin armor thing. Damn it. 2 things of Adrena will be fine. I guess I can't talk while I'm concussed? Snuggle buddies are very good buddies. Ah, yes. A teddy always makes for a good snuggle buddy. That's another mine. Yeah. That looks like that's the town pilfered and looted. Good shit.
What I wouldn't do for a Wentworth.
I've been sent. I need you to clarify something for me.
I'm great at clarifying.
Why did you leave the camp?
I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find but a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse? I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with him.
There's something else, actually.
I've got all the time in Halcyon.
I was sent to find you.
Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something? Thanks, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong.
You should go back. People are worried.
I doubt that. Nobody in that camp really cared about me.
What about Stefan? You two were friends.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Also, he could carry on a conversation, unlike these hooligans. I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is gonna be glaring knives at me, so I've got that to look forward to.
Take care. Do. Primal Nest, the abandoned industrial zone. I'll slog it back, see if I can't find anything along the way. Plus, there's actually that one part of the building I wasn't able to get into the last time, so I'll give that a shot. Oh, hi. Shit. Well, looks like we're clear for right now. Should have figured that, you know, people would come back to their town. Tarmac and cheese. Cooks in less time than it takes for a space pilot to land, excluding crashes and force majeures? Huh. Cannery. Hey, an actual computer! I'll be damned! Messages. Climate Eldridge. From Bartol. Clement, I must find I disagree with your theories about the Earth Directorate place in the colonial system. Sadly, as much as I appreciate the board and the new frontier they've opened for us, I believe Halcyon and all other colonies on the rim of the galaxy would fall to pieces or war among themselves if the Earth Directorate wasn't around to regulate trade and settle disputes. Do you think the corporations would accept the mandated inclusion of an Earth Minister if they had a choice in the matter? Jefferson, of course I never dispute that Earth is the heart of the whole colonial system, but the real adventure and independent spirit upon which humankind truly thrives is found to be found out here among the furthest of the colonies. I still think you're wrong about the history, though. The discovery of the skip drive was not what gave the Earth Directorate power over the corporations. The high cost of the Great War left them in a weakened state, and the skip drive was simply the extra leverage the Directorate needed to return the power. Oh, this is where that book was, wasn't it? Collector's letter. I just got the letter today. Corporate ordered me to relocate to the Edgewater Cannery, effective immediately. It's a shame. I was really looking forward to running my own gift shop at the community center, selling rare memorabilia. But Scripture tells us that all things happen for a reason. Work fortifies the spirit and all. As for the book collection, I can't bear to part with it. Don't want those books moldering in some contraband locker, so I stashed them all away in a cave over by the river. ammo, bits, and a music box. Interesting. Mock apple juice. You know, for much as I'm able to loot this area for everything it's worth and then some, you think there'd be more corporate oversight. Then again, they may have just declared this place a lost cause and, you know, moved on. Pristines. More than one stun baton isn't necessary. Then I'll spike my inhaler with some coffee. Why not? Or tea. How am I gonna get in there? There must be a... Duh. Fucking duh. There we go. Ian is a genius, don't mind him. There's a lot of overgrowth here. So definitely this place has been abandoned by corporate for quite some time. But it means I can open up this door finally. Inside... assault rifle. Tremor cleaver. It's not the best cleaver, it's the... wait, it is the best cleaver. And its throbbing blade will pulsate its way even the most reluctant dissident. Some shunts. Adrenatime. My legs! My legs! It cracks, it maims, it hurts. You know, just a bit of, you know, killing. Just only a wee bit. I definitely have more than enough hunting rifle cartridges to last me, you know, until the end of time. I wonder if I can get an SVD or something like that, like an automatic sniper. In case you couldn't pick the lock, here's a whole bunch of lockpicks. Not good to keep the lockpicks right next to the thing, okay? Just safety tip for next time. By the way, I'm taking your stuff. T&L makes the best gear for your friends and family. Companion perks. Your companion is leveled up and has gained a new perk. Go to the companion page in your ledger and select the perk button to see the available perks. Silver Tongue Kit. I also hit level 5 anyway, so, you know, good timing on that. I think I want to unlock Field Repair. Then I'm going to work on my gun combat. Time dilation for heavy weapons. And then bonus support engineering. What's further down the cave? The other end of the pond. What the hell? Shit. Well, if you're tired, get yourself some rest. Ain't nothing wrong with turning in or... Ow! Not going well. Blah. I have done a dead. They are primals. Primals seem to be giant gorilla ape things that will fuck you up if you give them the chance. In fact, I just ran past one when I ran out here, so it's unsurprising I got my ass whooped. However, with proper application of force, a good shotgun at your side, they're not so bad to deal with. Don't know why my companion insists on going into melee with one, because that's just a bad idea waiting to happen. Blind. And then stagger him. Instead I got the main, but whatever. Is there another one? Don't look like it. But yeah, combined with how lethal the combat is in this game, you can easily get killed by those things. Thankfully, I'm heading to a vendor here really soon, so most of my backpack, I'm guessing, is getting taken up by, like, junk. My legs! They're aliens, the natural fauna of the planet. Well, the natural creatures. Big eye, big eye. Try to match the ranger with big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. You know, I want to have some conversations with you. What's going down with you, lady?
Yeah, huh?
Or I guess not. I guess I'm just turning in this book then. Given no one else wants it.
Any progress on that matter we discussed?
Got your book right here.
Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this French? I can't fucking read French. It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn.
And that book seems a little bit more important than you let on.
There is little more important than such a precious, rare text. I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted.
At least you still have your mission work here to give your life a meaningful purpose.
Please. As if my life should have no greater meaning than proselytizing to a bunch of feeble-minded wretches. Nothing could be more excruciating than discussing the true nature of reality with people who have no interest beyond their next Aetherwave program. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew.
Could be a beneficial arrangement. You need a ride out of town, I wouldn't mind a ship hand.
Certainly. I already gave you most of my money, but I can offer you free spiritual counseling, and I'd be happy to watch your back. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fairly competent at hacking computers as well.
That all part of your Vicar training?
Well, understanding computers is, though I admit I took it further than most. And I was quite the 32nd back during my seminary days. Left many an opponent bleeding on the field.
Are you even a Vicar? Because you aren't sounding very Vicarly right now.
Of course. I'm a vicar who is dedicated to his calling. More dedicated than any other you'll find in this colony. I joined the OSI to help decipher the grand plan. But instead, I ended up the vicar in a prison due to ignorance and politics. Then I came here. Satisfied?
I don't think you're being completely honest with me about that book. What's the story?
It's the journal of one of the originators of the Philosopher's School of Thought, though it would be more than a century before it was perverted into that belief system. Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of that came later. But Konu had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan.
How'd you get assigned to prison duty?
Most laypeople are not aware of this, but we've not discovered any new insights into the plan for a long, long time. I had an idea that we should welcome the truth, no matter where we found it. I had the worse idea to share my thoughts with a superior. And that's the long and short of it. So, what do you think?
Sounds good. Let's go.
Fantastic. Let me get my things in order and I'll catch up with you.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery, and to leave this place behind. I shall see you on the ship, Captain, whenever you're ready to leave Emerald Vale.
The reputation with the faction has changed. If the enemies are hostile, the reputation isn't kill on sight. Leaving the city for a few days will calm things down. The people of Halcyon have short memories. Oh, Spacer's choice was positive, and yeah, that's glitched right now, unfortunately. But yes, we are the aliens. Or rather, we're the settlers. Sup?
Miss Holcomb ain't allowed in this establishment. Not since that little incident.
She'll be on her best behavior, won't you, Parvati?
Absolutely. I'll keep my hands in my pockets. I won't touch anything while we're in here, Mr. Moreau. I promise.
Let me see what you're selling.
Music to my ears.
Revolver. Don't know what that one is. Maxwell. Maxwell the Silver Hammers, but with extra weight for crushing hits to the head and other weak spots, but isn't balanced for smooth swings. That just got me extra 1,000 bits. Thankfully, armor bits don't weigh me down. I imagine that would slow me down real quick. Not a smoker. We only take the best apples, the mockiest apples, and gently squeeze them in a 19-ton hydraulic press to deliver the complete flavor of the mock apple. I got some questions for you, buddy, if you don't mind.
It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's choice. And before you ask, I'm all out of deluxe salt tuna. All I've got is gourmet. Go right ahead.
What's your take on this place?
What, you mean Edgewater? That's a peculiar question. This a test? Am I being tested right now? It's, fine and dandy. Couldn't be happier. Wouldn't want to spend my life working anywhere else. Prettiest little town on Terra 2.
The blister on my ass is prettier than Edgewater.
Do us both a favor and don't try to prove your point. I don't get paid for banter. Was there something you needed?
Actually, there was.
Go right ahead.
So about that plague that's supposed to be going around.
Plague? I don't know anything about a plague. We are the very picture of hot-blooded physical vigor.
Is there a reason you feel like you have to hide what's going on?
You have got the wrong idea about me. I've got nothing that needs hiding. Some of us who get sick are liable to exaggerate the conditions of that sickness, but the fact is, if you work hard, you have got no cause to worry.
What do you mean by that?
Survival of the fittest. It ain't just a law of nature, it's company policy. Medical treatment is commensurate with our value to society. Spacer's Choice will dispense medicine for the indispensable worker. Natural selection at work.
And if you don't work hard enough?
Then the hand of medical science will not grace you with its touch, and you must recover on the virtue of your own grit. Listen, you mind if we talk about something else? Rambling about company policy gets me feeling all lightheaded.
You know what, I'll just excuse myself. This looks like a common house for those too poor to live in a place.
I appreciate the company and all, but you really ought to leave. You don't want to be seen around me.
Why not?
Because I'm sick. You don't want to associate with people in the sick house. We're not worth your time. I'm in about as much trouble as I can be. No reason you ought to be tarnished by association. People are gonna talk.
Why? What's going on in here?
Figured it was obvious. I got sick. Couldn't get better on my own. Got moved here for everyone's sake. Maybe you don't know this, but there's a real simple reason you don't talk to the plagued. You don't want what we've got.
I got some training. I could take a look at you.
Don't. Please. I could get into a lot of trouble.
You obviously need help.
That's kind of you to say, I suppose. But I don't need help. What I need is to understand my own folly. Company always tells us, weak spirits lead to weak bodies. If I didn't want to fall sick with plague, maybe I should have worked harder. Maybe I should have taken more pride in my work.
That's ridiculous. You can't blame yourself because you felt sick.
I really wish you wouldn't say those sorts of things. I told you once already. People could be listening. I'm feeling a touch faint. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a spell.
I got some Adrena time. It's yours if you want.
You've got Adrena time? How? No, I don't want to know. Could be you stole it. Could be you're trying to test me. See if I'm going to violate company policy. I'm feeling a touch faint. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a spell.
I'll leave you be. Jesus Christ, he died on the bed. Take it easy, cat. Thanks for stopping on, boy.
I don't want any trouble.
I'll leave you be. Barber shop. Hey.
Please don't touch anything. Your hands are probably crawling with germs. Physical hygiene recapitulates moral hygiene. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness.
You know, you say that, but none of your, like, unfolding building templates that you use for your houses have showers. Relax, I'm clean.
So everyone says, until someone forgets to cough into their elbow, and then we're all dying of plague. I'm Conrad. You will report to me if your hair fails to meet Spacer's Choice aesthetic standards. You will also report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains for interment.
Prepare my remains for what?
Burial, in the unfortunate event of a fatality. It's what a barber does. We make you presentable.
I got some questions for you.
Go ahead.
You seem pretty enthusiastic about this place.
Edgewater has been good to me. I consider myself privileged to work here. I am never wanting for work, not since the plague started.
Yeah, speaking of, what do you know about this plague?
The plague's come at us with a vengeance this year. Lost 6 workers in as many months. I wouldn't call them good workers, mind you. If they were any good, they'd have been treated. Still, it is a shame.
What are the symptoms?
Fever, chills, fatigue, aching, vomiting, an excess of phlegm, a tendency towards belly aching.
What you're describing sounds an awful lot like the flu.
Whatever it may be, I have developed my own palliative. Boiled canid liver and a splash of ethanol.
Why don't you treat all your workers?
Company policy, friend. We don't have enough medicine to treat all of us, so we treat the best among us.
Whose idea was that?
Mr. Thompson's brainchild. Have you met him yet? Thoughtful-looking fellow, stares out of his office most hours.
That's all for now. And less a cult glaive and more of a culture that has gone too far. Hey, Constable Reyes.
Welcome to the Spacer's Choice Constabulary. We are Halcyon's leading brand in frontier justice. The office is writing up promotion. Purchase 3 criminal investigations and the 4th one's free.
I found this cache of medicine. Thought I should turn it into you.
Anthracillin, huh? That's an anti-Cleo product. I appreciate your vigilance on behalf of Spacer's Choice. I'll make sure this medicine goes to where it's most needed.
Which is where exactly?
Sealed, packaged, and delivered to a Spacer's Choice storage facility. Standard procedure for contraband, you see.
Contraband? I'm bringing you medicine. People need this.
Medical treatment by Anti-Cleo's products is strictly prohibited under Spacer's Choice company policy. I distribute this medicine to our workers, and we're all complicit in a crime.
That's ridiculous.
If you were one of our workers, I would be obliged to mark that comment on your permanent record.
Whatever, just pay me what I'm owed.
You are, of course, entitled to a reward for assisting in the apprehension of any contraband. Your compensation and your receipt. Spacer's Choice wishes you a productive shift.
I'll leave you be.
Something to report?
If you need help with your Marauder problem, I'm for hire.
As a Spacer's Choice constable, I am authorized to grant you legal authority toward apprehending wanted criminals. Know how to carry yourself in a fight? I've got bounties out for these 3 marauders. Cross them off and bring me their fingers. Just 1 per marauder, please. I'll dust off the old fingerprint roller.
I got some questions for you if you don't mind.
As long as your questions fall within the acceptable margins of curiosity.
Does the name Phineas Wells mean anything to you?
His likeness decorates many a wanted poster. Do you have any relevant information about this individual?
Never mind.
Something to report? As long as your questions fall within the acceptable margins of curiosity.
So who do you work for? Spacer's Choice or Edgewater?
If this is a setup to a joke, you should know I've never found anything amusing in my life. I don't serve Edgewater. Edgewater and the entire region of Emerald Vale serve Spacer's Choice.
So you're basically a bureaucrat.
Flattery won't get you anywhere with me. The bureaucracy is a noble profession, but not all of us are gifted enough to serve in it.
Who does Spacer's Choice answer to?
Spacer's Choice is a wholly owned subsidiary of Universal Defense Logistics, which occupies a seat on the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, also known as the Board. I must admit it bothers me that you don't already know this.
There was one other thing.
Something to report?
Goodbye. Bounty records, open bounties. Guilliman Artrum, former Spacer's Choice associate mechanic, terminated from his position. Memorandum. The Spacer's Choice Department of Retirement Termination Restitute has filed a writ of execution for Guilliman Gil Altram, effective immediately. Some of you may remember Gil Altram from his days in the cannery. Please be advised that Spacer's Choice no longer recognizes Mr. Antrim as a member of its valued family. Spacer's Choice advises its workers in good standing to remain in good standing by disabusing themselves of any sympathy, allegiance, or memory toward Mr. Altram. Generous bounty, payment on delivery, must be able to sign your own name. See Constable Rays for details. Doc Maybell Bungras, former Spacer's Choice physician, abandoned her duties and disappeared from Edgewater, at large and considered dangerous. Maybell is wanted for 3 counts of larceny, 2 for each parcel of stolen adrenatime, and 1 for depriving the outpost of its official physician. Background: Bertie Cotton, former Vicar acting on behalf of Order of Scientific Inquiry, stationed at Edgewater Vicarage, suffered psychological breakdown upon showing symptoms of plague, at large and dangerous. Vicar Cotton's ceremonies are considered defunct and obsolete. Spacer's Choice advises purging them from your memory with the help of Zero G. Zero G Brew, an ale that's good for what ails you. Generous bounty, payment on... Closed bounties. There are no closed bounties. Nice to know they're shit at their job. Oh shit, I actually didn't see the cultish part. Yeah, there's cult in here. There's very much cult. Phineas V. Wells, for various crimes and violations of board policy, including any or all of the following: sedition, forgery, conspiracy, conspiracy to commit, conspiracy, unlicensed medical practice, and destruction of board property. Yeah, like I'm gonna turn in the guy who's, you know, who got me out of fucking the freezer. That sounds like a wonderful idea. By wonderful, I mean awful. Level 6. Oh yeah, that needs repairs bad. I could put on a shock. And I already have an extendo sight. A holographic mod. Interesting. Might put that on my shotgun, admittedly. Barrel mod. Kinda happy with it doing this weird melting plasma damage.
Well, science. But...
Welcome, Holcomb P. There are currently 3 open trouble tickets. Oh, this is her place. Whoops! Trouble ticket 65587, priority. Failure of the main cannery production line at heat processing. Priority executive. Likely or not, Bess got indigestion for being made to eat something she ain't made to. Again, heading over now. Medium. Turn on engine, try it again, kick at the loader, curse the injured toes. I have to enter a minimum number of 8 steps, try it again, it makes a rattling noise. Dang it, Clancy, I know I just got you back on your feet 2 weeks ago. Not that you got feet, but you know what I mean. Sounds like his stratter's off axis again. We'll clean out and reset. Clancy's guts got caught and got all pulled out. Likely on account of somebody trying to restart him over and over again. I need to rewind all the coiling at number 4. Okay, stratter's working, but there's something else off. I have to wait until it's quiet and spin him up for a listen. This issue's been open for 0 days. Priority automatically reset to low by executive level admin due to rule applied by Toppinson R. Reason. Trouble ticket filled by Miller L. Look northwest. I said look northwest, blasted useless translator. Near scrap pile. Could be northeast from town, I guess. Observe mechanical, clanking all menacing like. See it? It's right there. Don't know what the hell that is for, but... Do we need to talk about anything, though, come to think of it?
Yeah, huh?
Mention something I want to
You mean
ask
why
about.
I'm not allowed in the store anymore?
There seems to be a story there.
There was a kind of a thing, the vending machine, when I was 12.
You were a kid. That must have been forever ago.
Sure, but folks got long memories around here. I've always been good with my hands, right? So I saw a lock on the machine and thought, oh, this must be how they refill it. But I had to know. So I did my thing, and next thing I know, there's a couple hundred bottles of 0G rolling out the front door and into the road. It's not funny. Right about then, a bunch of loaders came rolling in the gate, fresh off the Saltuna ships. And Mr. Thompson was up on the porch making a speech about how everyone would have to volunteer a 3rd shift to get it all canned. Anyhow, you ever seen an auto loader run over a bottle of 0G?
And go on.
Exploded all over Mr. Thompson. One bottle after another as the loaders went by. I was just shy of working age, so Dad had to pay all the damages. Moreau's still angry at me. I can laugh about it now, but I just about puked up my guts in terror in the moment. That's the one time I ever made Mr. Thompson look a fool.
Let's get back to it. If this is the place you live in a good place. God damn. Then again, I guess when your entire operation is based with an engineer and you had her mother, right? Her mother was very, you know, rich. Welcome, Halcom Robert. Enter a word for a key search. Enter a keyword for a record search or hold down Control Alt F7 Enter to compose a new entry. Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. 1 record found. Open last entry. I sat up last night reading through the Young Spacer's Guide. Almost started reading it out loud from habit. It's been 10 years, but I have parts of it memorized. Reckon I'll take the next volume into work at the cannery. There's an unused office where I've been taking my lunches. May as well read the whole thing again. Route, last search. Indumati. First entry. Indumati left Edgewater today. She's been assigned to Terra 1. I kissed her goodbye at the platform and asked if I'd ever see her again. We both knew the answer was no. Look up and think of me. And I'll look up and think of you. Note from Udamati. Robert, they wouldn't let me keep her, but I know you'll raise her with love. Perhaps more than I could make time for. You are patient and present in a way that I am not. The company says she has no name until you give her one. Her name is Parvati. They tell me her birthday will be set on the date she's legally delivered to you. She was actually born on July 7th. Make her feel special when I can. She liked it when I sang to her. It was the only time she stopped crying. Indumati. You know, I tried that and it just only made my game go into windowed mode. Like the Alt Control F7. A logger? Eesh, she had some beer. Nightingale Step. Reduces volume of the footsteps that I have. Good stuff. Yeah, people stare because you have the nicest place in town. Holy shit.
Yeah, huh?
Nice they have the elevator music, though. Quite amusing to me.
If you could see your way to getting us our power back, I'd appreciate it.
I want to talk to you about something.
Go ahead.
We need to have a word about this plague.
Can we not? Talking about unpleasant things always gets my bile up.
How long has this plague been happening?
That I cannot say. There was no moment when the plagues began. Disease always lurks on the fringes of society, waiting to infect the idle and the lethargic. But in the last 10 years, the plagues have become progressively worse and increasingly frequent.
It's all good, Lumi. You should have developed an immunity after repeated exposure to a single strain of contagion.
Corporate doesn't like us using the word should. It encourages the imagination. I believe plague is a test. It is a test of our loyalty and our fortitude, and it is one we will see through to the end.
You withhold medicine from your own workers.
If I had enough medicine to treat everyone who fell sick, I would, but I don't. I can't save everyone. So I have to choose.
You let Adelaide's son die.
Adelaide's son was barely competent. I treat him with our medical rations, and it looks like I'm playing favorites. Now, I will not pretend to understand the suffering Adelaide must have felt on account of losing her child, but she is not the only one to have felt such suffering. I wish she had stayed with us. Adelaide left us when we needed her most.
Let me ask you something else.
Go ahead.
You seem pretty fixed on bringing Adelaide back to town.
Adelaide was our only flavor specialist. We are a Saltuna canning institution. Saltuna without flavor is like a cysty pig without tumors, borderline inedible.
Don't your people eat anything other than salt tuna?
Were it up to me, friend, I'd stack our larders with Saltuna galore. No other brand of Saltuna adds as much vim or vigor to the body's humors. But, and this is something we must keep between the two of us, Saltuna is hard to come by, what with being a species indigenous to the seas of another world.
Hang on. So what are you canning here exactly?
Oh, we've scavenged together some organic material from the surrounding environs. Mostly organic, mostly local mushrooms. Some of which possess a texture akin to a well-boiled slab of Saltuna. The difference is all but impossible to detect to any but the prissiest of palate. Go ahead.
Have you taken a look around your town lately?
It is my job to keep two eyes on my town. I am the steward of this place, and this is my watch post.
Your town is falling to pieces.
I wish you wouldn't say things like that.
Doesn't make it any less true.
I expect you wouldn't understand. You don't see the town as I do. When I stand at my window and look out over my town, here's what I see. I see decent, loyal, hard-working people. I see a family. We are all part of the Spacer's Choice family. We are all doing what we were brought into this world to do.
You're loyal to Spacer's Choice.
This is a Spacer's Choice town. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family here. The company keeps us warm, keeps us fed, keeps us working.
Oh my god.
Loyalty's got nothing to do with it, friend. This is good old-fashioned gratitude.
How long have you worked here?
I'm trying to remember, 25 years, 26. When you get to my age, the years just rush by. You stop counting altogether. I remember looking out this window and seeing the Vale spread out from horizon to horizon. We were a sprawling town. We were booming. Times change, people change, but the Vale will always be here. Spacer's Choice will always be here. Our work won't ever end. I take comfort in that.
Let me ask
Go
you
ahead.
something else. What makes you think I can convince these deserters to come back?
That you are not one of us may work to your advantage. Adelaide and her folk loathe the people of Edgewater, you see. I admit the fault was mine. I'm about as diplomatic as a bristling canid. I just hope Adelaide and her folk will see their way past my flaws and return to town.
Sometimes people move on. It's the way of things.
Scripture tells us we all have our purpose in the world. Our work shows us that purpose. We should not have to move on from it. Yes, we have lost good workers to desertion. We have lost even more to plague. But it is why we must square our shoulders and carry on.
You and I live. I can't get that one, unfortunately. I should go. And there's a botched section. Well, all that's left to do is, take care of as many quests as I can before we put a kibosh to this, because I imagine if I do the quest here that puts power back into the cannery, I'm not going to get any of the Deserter Town quests. Or at least they're no longer going to be available to me. Likewise, if I put the power in Deserter hands, I ain't going to be able to put that into, I'm not going to be able to come back to the cannery all that, easily. Fuck it, I'll walk. Help the chairman and Minister Clark defeat our foes. Yeah, there's an aurora in the sky. Doesn't look very natural, but it's nice to see in the sky. Nice there, cow
What is
lady.
it?
I talked Zoe into coming back.
We didn't always get along, but I'm glad to know she's safe. What happened, anyway?
Something about wanting to be an outlaw? I'd rather not get into it.
You pretty much did my job for me. Least I could do is pay you for your trouble. Let me know if I can do something for you.
I'll leave you be. Oh shit, something's broke? No, nothing's broken from what it looks like. Alright. I got 3 locations where I can go collect some digits. So let's get sniping. Something tells me I could probably just cut off a finger, because I probably killed one unintentionally.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, that went terribly. Faux windows. Order now. Adds beauty and vermicitude to your frontier home. That's called being an idiot. So now that I know this ain't gonna be no easy walk in the park, you know, go clean up some kills that I took care of.
Here we go. Nice one. Good one. Everyone all right?
She's down.
All together.
Oh, hello. Right, it's not controlled for that. Sorry, nothing personal. Just business. Right, so that's the first finger. I know I blew up quite a few heads over here. God, I have way too much heavy ammo, though. Like, I'm never gonna cook through this fast enough with my long rifle. Alright, next step. Well, we're moving right along. We're moving right along. I seriously like this hunting rifle, though. It looks like a 1600, 1800s rifle, and it's fucking beautiful. It's even bolt action for that bolt action flavor. Useful in combat? Debatably. Good shit? Absolutely. There's some random riot control armor right there. Nice fear check, boy.
We made it!
Huh. Action cam. Didn't expect that one. You know, this is probably the better solution to my problems. Ow, ow, ow. Getting torn up in that hallway there. Gooey head explosions, good for the soul. Blood on stick. So sharp that it cuts some letters out of its own name. Well, you definitely know when someone makes a fuck up in corporate, you know. How they try to spin that shit. Poor bastards. About to say, oh god, fuck. Yeah, the jumping's not really natural in this game, or it doesn't feel good. Better to take rows than to jump around. Then again, this ain't Bethesda jank physics. You actually have to, you know, climb and go up places and shit. Fun times barrel, 2-hour energy brew. Joke's on you, corporate. 5-hour energy was already invented. Oh, wait. I think that's actually the point. By making it 2-hour energy, you have to buy more. Oh, those tricky bastards. Those tricky, tricky bastards. Because with 2-hour energy, you have to buy 2.5 times the energy to equate out to 5-hour energy. Abandoned Spacer's Choice Settlement. Oh, shit. I do not have the armor pen for that shit. Shit. Ow, 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 ow. I'm gonna need something a little heavier for that thing. Have me some tea. Have me some healing. God bless plasma rifles. Pre-sliced bread. Yum. A vending machine. Oh, and that's a lot of medical supply. Oh, that's a lot of Adrena time. Cigarette lighter. Armor parts. Some of these prefab units actually got built, but it doesn't look like all of them. Plain old water. Ammo and energy cells. The puffballs are quite beautiful, I must say. Sealed. Something tells me this becomes a quest location later. Definitely a quest location. I can't get in there. A very foreboding air indeed. So, oh.
Here we go. And that's smart. Nice one. We're not getting through.
That reload canceled me in a bad way. Uh-oh. Down. Hello. Level 6. Yeah, I cleaned up these boys real nice, didn't it? So, skills. You know what? Let's get some leadership up. Then I'll put the rest into tech for the level. You can command your companions to use their special abilities in the enemy you're targeting. Auntie Cleo knows friends make everything better. You know what? I'll take toughness. I've been dying pretty quickly, so you've grown healthier in your time outside of stasis. Alright, moving out. Whoops, friendly fire. It ain't. Marauder encampment discovered. Well, at least they had a small little thing here going. And then they all died. Claw rake. It's like a normal rake, only smaller and with claws. So let me get this straight, though, as I come to think of it. They set up a Saltuna cannery on a place that doesn't even have access to Saltuna. That's not just incompetence, that's highest level of incompetence. Hey, buddy.
Here they come. Not even a scratch.
Okay. Neat. I thought I could actually talk to him, but nope. Well, whatever. A shotgun to anyone's face solves most problems. Any problems it couldn't solve were probably unimportant anyway.
We got this.
Ah, more of his buddies that, you know.
You gotta stop her!
You know, we're probably a bit mad that we just ruined their, you know, home. That can't be important, right? Oh, there's our spaceship. Huh. I think I've pretty much got this area thoroughly covered and done and dealt with. I got spoon.
Hey, Miss Montani.
Not today. Just helping this fella.
Of course, you know, Obsidian doesn't exactly have the money to, you know, pay for those kind of songs. Fucking Bethesda. Hey, I got fingers for you.
Something to report?
Here to turn in some bounties.
We pay by the finger. What do you have for me? Gil Antrim. Real name, Guillaume. Duly processed by a freelancer on behalf of Spacer's Choice. I remember him. He was just a kid last I saw him. Shame. I'll just need your signature here, 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 and here. Got any more fingers for me?
Here you go.
Mabel Burgess. Age 37. Right or left-handed? Let's just say no longer applicable. I remember Doc Burgess. Conducted my physical every fiscal quarter. Guess she couldn't keep her hands off her patient's medicine. Still one outstanding bounty. If you've got a finger, I've got the paperwork.
Here you go.
Here we are. Bertie Cotton. Cause of death. Let's just say overwhelming physical trauma. Bert was the local preacher before Max took over. Always was quick to remind us that we all get what we deserve in the end. Well, that's all three. I must remember to requisition some more fingerprint to ink. Here's all the compensation you've earned, plus a bonus.
What's this? Junior Deputy Constable?
You've done such a bang-up job hunting down our former workers that I thought it only proper to deputize you. Congratulations.
How did so many of your people end up as marauders?
Let me stop you there. It is official Spacer's Choice policy that all marauders, regardless of prior affiliation to the Spacer's Choice brand, no longer qualify as our people.
Sounds like marauders have been a problem for a while.
Ever since the company first settled the Vale. Life's good out here, but it ain't easy. Some folk can't keep pace with the demands of frontier life. Not everyone's cut out to work in Edgewater. Some turn deserter, some turn marauder. None of them get my sympathy.
Marauders seem to like Adrenatime.
Everybody likes Adrenatime. It is the finest medical drug ever developed by Spacer's Choice. Much better than that crap anti-Cleo pedals. Sure, a little too much Adrenatime can bring out the violent animal in you, but if overdosing on Adrenatime turns you into a lunatic, you have only yourself to blame. Says so right on the warning label. Violent psychosis is a well-documented and legally accounted for side effect of Adrenatime.
There's something else I wanted to ask you.
What's on your mind?
Never mind. Well, there's only one thing left to do at this point. We're gonna kind of have to decide whether or not nah. As much as I sympathize with, the fact that they need to make money, on the other hand, this place is so terribly mismanaged that it's criminal negligence to let it keep standing. So we're gonna burn this fucker to the ground.
You're pretty low these days.
All right. Oh, god damn it. I just realized faux windows are the reason why they don't have to load in the inside of a building. That's actually hilarious. Yeah, I don't really feel like reading about the dead and legal politics regarding the dead. Hell, I'll take it all. I spent the lockpicks on it, might as well. A small wooden music box. This music box plays the Happy Sissy Pig when the lid is open. Consider yourself earwormed. Alright. Geothermal it is.
I used to skip rocks in the river till Constable Reyes ticketed me for unlicensed terraforming. I bet she was jealous. She don't know how to skip rocks her own self.
Unlicensed terraforming for skipping rocks? The fuck you on about?
You can see the whole world from here.
Volcanic Summit. This was not a good idea. I'll live. My legs hurt though. My legs, they very much hurt. Edgewater geothermic plant, from the planet to your living room. Come to think of it,
I've always wanted to poke around in here.
if I'm going to be running into there where there's a lot of electric enemies, I'm going to want to pull out that old shotgun. Probably switch over to an old stun baton.
System performing an area sweep now.
Nice. Works much better than other weapons. Turns out robots are really hard to kill. Imagine that one. Ah, here's a way in. I shoot the glass out here? Nope, no shooting the glass out. They use bulletproof glass. God damn it. That combat drone can take some pain. Ow, ow, ow.
That's the last of them.
Something tells me I'm gonna need all these mechanical bits for something down the road. Dead scientist. That's not a good sign. Though come to think of it, even if we do screw over the corporate town, we're just trading one corporate cult for another one. Though instead of it being corporate, it's just a bunch of... Well, not... Hey, the first time we actually have to use a shunt. It'll be the first time that we... Not the... Yeah. We'll just be trading a corporate culture for a fucking environmentalist, psycho. So, you know. Disarm the fences. Security logs inaccessible. In keeping with Spacer Choice Company policy, all security logs have been terminated in case of major emergency, catastrophic event, or security breach. Attention, scheduled security updates at the Spacer's Choice facility are critically overdue. Your last scheduled security update occurred on error date not found. If you are a member of the Spacer's Choice security detail assigned to this location, please turn in your identification for immediate reprimand. Failure to do so may result in an immediate reprimand. That doesn't do anything, though. They're already gonna get reprimanded, so they might as well make you do the extra work. Nobody wants a reprimand after all. Alright, securing the outside of the base. Given there's more stats down the road, I ain't gonna be bothered by it. Also, I'm starting to put up quite a pile of bits. Might actually have me some money here. Yeah, looks like they had themselves a bit of a firefight here, lost, and now the staff are just going bonkers. Or at least the robots that were left behind. It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's choice.
The control room should be off to the right. I hope we're doing the right thing.
Everything's been purged. Purging complete. 2 files available. I had to borrow your copy of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. Radio's been sputtering and I need the reference. I returned the copy to the repair bay. Chaos everywhere, mechanicals gone haywire, gunfire, hearing some screams, Allah, I think that was someone's leg. Would like to leave early for the day. Please deduct delinquency fee from my pay. Thank you, proud member of the Spacer's Choice family. Difficult lock.
I could do that.
But it gets us up into the big boys' room. Manager's office. Manager's office. Welcome G. Bradson. From Spacer's Choice. Mr. Bradson, this letter serves as an informal notification of our company's displeasure towards your management of the Emerald Vale geothermal plant for reasons related to exceeding your staff budget in your latest quarterly report. Please select 5 subordinates to be dismissed immediately. Additionally, please contact our office to schedule your official reprimand at your earliest convenience. Failure to schedule your official reprimand will result in an official reprimand. Gee. The Spacer's Choice family would like to collectively remind you that working for Spacer's Choice is not a right, but a privilege. From G. Bradson. The esteemed members of the Emerald Vale Development and Oversight Committee. I hope this letter finds you wealthy. After due considerations of your last letter, I've identified and terminated no fewer than 5 subordinates who are unable to provide sufficient justification for their ongoing employment. I'd like to remind the Oversight Committee that whilst most of Emerald Vale has failed to meet its production output quotas, particularly our agriculture and fishing/canning departments, neither of which are anywhere close to profitable, the Emerald Vale geothermal plant remains committed to providing cheap, cost-efficient power to the entire region. From Spacer's Choice. Mr. Bradden, we have investigated claims you have made against the profitability of the greater Emerald Vale region. Our offices agree with you. Agricultural and fishing canning have experienced a steady decline, while Emerald Vale geothermal plant remains somewhat profitable. Our offices are currently investigating ways to implement additional cost-saving methods, which will ultimately lead to leaner, more streamlined, more efficient geothermal power plant. Please be informed that Spacer's Choice Development and Oversight Office has taken a significant insurance policy against the Emerald Vale geothermal plant. The office would like to assure you that the insurance policy is a standard procedure. Do not attempt to interpret, understand, or otherwise extrapolate the meaning from this decision. As special courtesy, we have deployed a proprietary team of engineering specialists to the Emerald Vale geothermal plant. This team of specialists has been instructed to retrofit and upgrade the plant's population of auto mechanicals free of charge. Thank you for your cooperation. I think someone got his job revoked. The fact they got a bunch of automatons who then murdered the place? Yep. Oh. Enemy bagged and tagged. Oh, well, drones. Tagged and bagged. Robophobia. Auto mechanicals now give you the willies. When they're attacking your party, you're not as effective as you should be. As much as I want to take those perk points, nah. I'm not scared of a frickin' robot. Shit. Personal files. S. Tanaka, Chief of Security. Chesty Higgins again, that dullhead. Found him fiddling around with one of the mechanicals, so I had to write him up for tampering with company property. Just in case I'm reading this a couple of days from now and feeling bad for what I've done, just let me remind myself that I've warned him before. He's always been a little crooked in the skull. He was working on some logic module. I confiscated it. Should be in my lockaway room for the foreseeable future. Great! The problem is we can't get to access that because we can't hack it open. Tanaka's Chief of Security. Doesn't sit right with me. Company's been replacing our guards with auto mechanicals. At this rate, I'm going to end up the Chief of Security with no staff. Just a small army of mechanicals knocking about, guns pointed every which way. Company tells us they're safe, programmed to treat us humans like their own. People are liable and break down, but an auto mechanical never will. I don't know. Doesn't sit right with me. But the company's never been wrong before, I suppose. Worst has happened. Mechanicals have gone crazy. Locked myself down here. Just trying to gather my courage. Gotta make a mad dash for the control room. Might be able to shut things down. We'll delete this entry if I ever return. Greetings, Security Chief S. Tanaka. This is an automated message sent by Spacer's Choice Worker Safety Contingency Protocols. The security lockdown has been initiated. This is not a test. Your behavior during this lockdown will be reviewed during your quarterly audit. Anxiety is a common side effect against life-threatening situations endangered by security lockdowns. Fight back against anxiety with an ice cold bottle of Zero G Brew. Zero G Brew, an ale that's good for what ails ya. Fuck, what's the passcode? Oh, hey, that works. Right, I have the code from the other guy.
Great work.
Not worth it for 4 of those. Yikes. Gonna need more if I want to get into that locker. There's the vending machine outside, though. I hope I get a perk for a running reload at some point, because I definitely need that mobility in combat. One thing that's always been slightly disturbing about corporate culture: everyone works for the good of the company, and yet who benefits in the end? They're all working on a... If everyone's working towards a nebulous entity, the corporation, where is the end goal? To make a unspecified entity money? Even if it's, you know, trying to bend a company's goals to your own gain, working with corporate culture, at the end of the day, you're essentially making a non-entity money. Yep, you gotta hit it in the power core. Shocking damage. Even easier. He's down. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. Oh shit. You know, something tells me I shouldn't mangle with things I shouldn't, you know, need to. Like, unless I'm sure of what it does, I shouldn't touch it. Borrowed a copy of Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. I think it's volume 3. I needed something to read down in the pit. Much obliged, C. Higgins. Mechanics Log 12. Corporate just sent a team of technicians to conduct a complete refit of all of our mechanicals. Every Centurion drone. Not my place to say so, but doesn't this run contrary to Spacer's choice mission of being as cheap as possible? Just in case I'm audited, I'd like to formally express how grateful I am to be part of the Spacer's Choice family. Spacer's Choice is the leading brand in affordable sundry across Halcyon. It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's Choice. Just finished routine maintenance on our mechanical sentries. I found some strange modifications at their logic modules. Haven't had time to run a diagnostic, so I don't know what's been modified. All I know is that these modifications were introduced in a recent refit. The company went through the trouble of refitting every single mechanical in the plant not long ago. Guess this was the work of those visiting technicians. I filed a report, my supervisor told me not to worry about it. Said the company knew what it was doing. Ordered me to forget about any alleged modifications of logic modules. Decided to do a bit of sleuthing on my own self. Got my hands on a logic module. Time to do a little experimentation. If he was just a little bit faster, he could have saved the entire building. God damn, a 72 to hack that computer. That's not happening anytime soon. Wait.
You're not real. You're not real.
Where are you? Gotta guess he's in there somewhere.
Phantom? Go away, Phantom!
Ah, poor bastard.
No, 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 just leave me alone!
Where are ya?
Get away! You're not real! You're not real! Get away from me, Phantom! Shoot! Scram!
I wasn't trying to startle you. Most people don't see me coming.
Most people? But I'm the only one left. No. Remember your first rule, Higgins. No arguing with the Phantoms. See? See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before ingesting.
You're not imagining me.
Of course. Do excuse me. I experience brief flashes of mania during which I am visited by the phantoms of my imagination. Chester D. Higgins. The D stands for definitely not insane. I use it as a reminder.
How long have you been down here?
Hard to say. By my reckoning, Higgins has been here somewhere between 2 weeks and forever. My recollection's a touch fuzzy these days.
Uh-huh. And what is it that you exactly do here?
Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna Critic, Aetherwave Personality, Chairman of the Board, Galactic Defender, Sisty Pig Tycoon. I've come a long way for someone who started off as a simple engineer right here in this plant.
Crazy. How have you been surviving all this time?
Jimmy'd opened the vending machines. That lasted a good couple of months. Eventually, I had to resort to more unconventional means of filling my insides.
This place looks like it's been abandoned for a while. Like, so you ate sprats.
Braised, boiled, charred, skewered. Sprats are good eating, friend. Chock full of brain food.
You said you were an engineer. What did you work on?
I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries. Repaired them, maintained, upgraded. Did it all from my old workroom just over in the next section.
If you worked on these mechanicals, you must know a way to stop them.
Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise up to our plans, they will come for us. With prodding irons.
I can deal with the mechanicals. I made it this far, didn't I?
You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead.
Mechanicals follow the behavior of their logic module. Someone tampered with it.
Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering. There's a behavior control terminal in the other room. It should have options to change how the mechanicals act, including whom they shoot at. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you.
Any idea where I can find a logic module?
Funny thing, I was working on a logic module just before the mayhem started. Security chief found me and confiscated the logic module.
I wanted to ask you something.
The tail. Definitely start with the tail. If you're feeling adventurous, the ears are a particular delicacy.
What happened to this place?
Mechanicals lost their bolts. Opened fire on anything that moved. It was pandemonium.
And you weren't killed?
I was on cleaning duty at the time. My old boss had me scrubbing pipes when the killing started. So, as usual, I missed out.
I should go. Well, time to clean up the rest of this place. Alternatively, I can just go back up topside and get these guys to all shoot each other dead. Doesn't sound like the worst thing to do. Modify behavior. Select new mode. Auto mechanicals in the facility have been mandated to remain in guard mode. Any attempt to alter this setting is punishable by company law. Your infraction has been noted in your permanent record, C. Higgins. Please see your supervisor to schedule a reprimand. Target. Auto mechanicals in this facility have been mandated to target intruders. Any attempt to alter this setting is punishable by company law. Define intruders. All persons or entities not identified as property of Spacer's choice. Would you like to modify the definition of intruders? Define intruders as Spacer's choice auto mechanicals. Definition of intruders successfully updated. Modification definition successfully forwarded to security. Please allow some time to process and remove all recently identified intruders. Well, they're going to be busy blowing each other up, which means we have free reign of the place. So hey, good stuff.
Searching.
I thought they were all supposed to blow themselves up. Bad time for my gun to go click. Engineering 20s. Shut off the steam release valves. Done. Easy. Ordnance control helmet. I'll see what that looks like, though I may just stick with the hood for the entire game, because I like that fucking hood. Honestly, not a bad helmet, all things considered, but I'm sticking with my reconditioned, you know, helmet. Do-do-do. Hey, a workbench. Yeah, my kit is in need of some serious repair. It's, been a wee bit damaged. Oh, geez, the bit cost is getting quite high. Magnum, Mag to Zap. Fun times barrel. Critical damage increased. Yeah, let's get that fun time barrel on that thing. The magazine. Alright, good enough for now. God damn it, I really need more lockpicking skill, or at least more bits to get that lockpicking in. Alright, so powered, the second thing, I'm assuming that all these floors need to be repowered. Yeah, this shotgun was just firing blanks here for a little bit. Give it a bit of a tune-up, and it's kicking ass and taking names against the automatons like it should have been. It's only my shock saw for a reason, after all. Well, the door's not locked anymore. E3. Then E4. Okay, so there's no E4 then. Or there should be an E4. Whatever. I might have ran past it. If that's the case, we'll just run back down and get it. Another plant worker.
Once we do this... Hey, mister? Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do?
I wouldn't mind hearing your opinion.
I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished.
Reed tells me Edgewater's gonna die without workers in power.
That sure sounds like Mr. Thompson. If he was standing here, I imagine he'd remind us of how we're all one big, happy Spacer's Choice family. In Mr. Thompson's eyes, those deserters are still part of the Spacer's Choice family. The family must work together in order to survive. I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Thompson's got a point. Unless those deserters come back, Edgewater's as good as dead. Cutting off their power might be the only way.
The deserters are a community. I can't just destroy what they built.
Miss McDevitt's built something beautiful. Somehow she's talked the ground into giving life again. It's plain to see she's made the Vale a better place. Fed the hungry, tended the sick. Gave a home to those that had none. But Miss McDevitt delights in Edgewater's suffering. She wants to hurt the town. Do you really want to be party to that kind of hatred?
See your point. I think I'm ready to make a decision.
Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that. I felt like I had to say something.
I'm glad you did. I like hearing from you.
Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
Uh-oh, I think we got a glitcho. It happens, though. Think I'll make an emergency save right here, just in case. Boy. Plant status. This access report is brought to you by Spacer's Choice. Geothermal plant operating at 22% efficiency. Power is currently being distributed to 2 locations. Processing. Safety failures detected. High likelihood of moderate to severe structural damage. Redirecting power is irreversible. There we go, he fixed it. Okay, cool. Oh, there's a thing back there. I want to find where that key card is, though. She probably died in the room with it, unfortunately, which makes me gonna have to think, how the hell am I gonna get into that safety room? Because according to her, Mad Dash the control room. Where is the control room? I'm gonna see if this doesn't get cheated in some degree. Oh, the showers are... Oh, the bathroom's in here. The lavatory. Riot control armor. Lockup. Mr. Ouch. Good kit. Whisper Quiet Muzzler. Makes the noise very light for the gun. Good stuff. Died right here. With a light machine gun. Module. Oh, I hadn't loaded in yet. Got the goodies. I'm sorry to say. Edgewater power regulator now safe to move. Botanical laboratory regulator now operating at optimal efficiency. Additional structural damage detected. Permanent power failure detected in Edgewater. Note, blatant disregard for Spacer's Choice property has been logged. Please report yourself to designated supervisor for an immediate reprimand.
I can't stop thinking on Edgewater, Captain. I'm glad the deserters are gonna be alright now they got power, but what about the town? All those people.
Spacer's Choice reputation decreased. Probably makes sense. Best employee ever. Deserves a big promotion and a bonus. Cannot buy this restricted. Well, damn it. Ain't a whole lot I can do about that, though. Do mods weigh anything? They do indeed weigh. Still, imagine that, a company getting on by with the fact that, you know, it's advertising that, you know, they're crappy product, but they're the cheaper one, so go with that instead. Oh, shit. Wrong button. Shit. Shit. She's having a good time. I should really upgrade her kit by this point, though. It just clicks in my brain that she can use a plasma rifle.
Everyone all right?
Alright, let's get back into town.
Town's been dark a while now. Could be a mechanical trying to sabotage us.
You mentioned a logic module. I found one in the geothermal plant.
Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh, well, that reminds me. Gotta look into getting us a uniform. So this is it then. The key to humanity's victory over the mechanical hordes. I would reward you with the gratitude of the resistance, but I'm guessing you want something tactile. So here's a couple of bits for your trouble, and a little something to remember me by.
Take care. I should probably actually get my sword back in. And that's all quests. Unfortunate that the town has to suffer for it, but the place was already mismanaged to high hell. They don't even do their own... They got lights in here and shit. Oh, that's not good.
You picked a fine time to visit, stranger.
I'm guessing you're the foreman.
Foreman Granger. Mind those words don't come out of your mouth unless preceded by yes or right away or thank you.
I'll let you get back to work. It amuses me how all the reputations are tracked in means of how valuable of an employee you are. Sealed. Well, looks like we're walking up there. Sealed. Guide to Mechanical Engineering. Sprat. Oh. I thought he was meaning fish, like Russian fish. Sprat. Not sprat as in the creature that they have local indigenous to the... Sealed. Hey, Reed.
You want to know what gets my bile churning? Edgewater has suffered a cavalcade of disasters. Plague, marauders, desertion. Then you wandered in town. And I was so damn sure our luck was starting to turn. I never knew how right I was. Just answer one question for me. Why'd you do it?
To teach you a lesson.
Is that right? I'm dying to hear this. Please, educate me.
You're all slaves to Spacer's choice. I'm liberating you.
Liberating? Edgewater is my home. The only home I've ever had. I put down roots here, gave decades of my life to this place. I never asked to be liberated. Whatever you were hoping to find down here, I advise you to turn around and leave. I have got guards posted with orders to fire on you.
Call off your guards. I don't want them bleeding all over my power regulator.
All right, easy now. Let's not do anything we'll regret. I'll order my guards to stand down. Take what you came for and then leave us be. Stand down, all of you. We're done here.
Yeah, and I need more lockpick skill. Then some points in long gun, and then one in dialogue. Might as well give the deserters a visit before I get out of here. Terror on Monarch with Ruth Bellamy as Halcyon Helen. Spencer Woolrick as... oh, well. Not a good day for you, is it, buddy? Interstellar Champions, Rizzo's Rangers versus Space Chosen.
Do you hear that? That low, pleasant hum of electricity? It whispers across the veil like the winds of change. You've done well. I would have paid my last 5 bits to see the look on Reed's face when the last lamp in town burnt out and the cannery fell to silence.
Hate the town all you want. It won't bring your son back.
Blunt as a hammer. But you're right. Nothing can undo the past. Time's come to look toward the future. We'll grow, I expect. A lot of workers out there with nowhere else to go.
A lot more mouths to feed.
Not as many as you'd think. We're not about to let the whole town join our flock. Just the ones willing to renounce their corporate loyalties and live the way nature intended. I am curious. Why did you help us? You don't know who we are. You don't owe us a thing. The plant's crawling with mechanicals, so it stands to reason you risked your life.
Between your camp and Reed's canner, but that makes me sound Wish I could just say because he fucked up. I didn't like the idea of being Reed's lackey.
You're not quite like anyone else I've met. You haven't had your consciousness programmed by the board. You're welcome among us if you're ever so inclined. You are welcome here.
I should go.
Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
Oh, didn't see you there. I was just occupying myself with a little engineering. Whoa, Miss Parvati. Hey, you're, what, how are you? Hi. Hello.
Sounds like somebody's got
Are
a
you,
crush.
Are things safe out here? How are you keeping?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait, they didn't kick you out, did they?
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this fella here.
Are you from town? I mean, you don't exactly look like you're from town.
I'm just trying to get my ship off the ground.
Never heard it phrased in such a way before. I guess we're all trying to get our ships off the ground, ain't we?
Oh, lordy.
Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Something's been chewing at me, you see. Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius, but I couldn't fix a busted chair.
Never too late to start learning. I can give you a couple pointers.
I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. I want to make something of myself. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering? Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands on one of those data pads, I could teach myself the ins and outs.
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old community center kept a copy. Should find another one back in town.
If you could find me even one of those pads, I'd be greatly obliged.
Today's your lucky day, Thomas. I got one of those data pads you wanted.
No kidding. Really? Well, which one?
Part 1, found in the Community Center archives.
Look at that. Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I'm just glad it survived all these years. I appreciate you going through all that trouble. In fact, I put aside something special on the off chance that somebody'd search out those data pads for me.
Hold on. I've got more for you.
Well, don't keep me in suspense.
The Elusive Part 3. Someone stashed it away in the old geothermal plant.
The geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible! You really went exploring down there? Adelaide always told us it was swarming with hostile mechanicals. 2 whole data pads? Be still my beating heart. Oh, almost forgot your payment. Well, don't keep me in suspense.
On the last one, Part 2. Found it in the cannery.
Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found this myself. That's a complete set. All 3 parts. I'm gonna be the greatest engineer Halcyon's ever seen. Aside from you, Miss Parvati, I swear, I'll do you proud.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you. Just a little contraption I found. Should fit right into your outfit.
Electrocharged surface. Anyway, I want to ask you something.
What's on your mind?
How long have you lived here?
Couple months. This camp's my home. People you see milling about, they're my family. At least I think of them that way. I owe them my life. Would have died in the wilderness if they hadn't chanced upon me, starving and delirious.
What are you doing out in the wilderness?
We all left the cannery for one reason or another. Me? I was let go, mostly on account of my incompetence. I mean, I was incompetent. I couldn't even survive on my own. Grace found me, Adelaide took me in, I've been on my feet ever since.
You weren't incompetent. You just didn't fit the cannery. Not like here. This place had a U-shaped hole, and now it doesn't.
You could stay, you know. Here. I'd be happy to... I mean, we could really use... oh, this isn't coming out right. If you want, Adelaide would make a place for you.
I should go. Poor boy's got a crush. Don't worry, I'll try to put her back in one piece after the adventure. She inevitably gets hit with something that makes her go splode. Alright, let's get off this planet. Time to go home. Spectrum vodka, glass for every class. It's funny, because it's a Russian drink, which was communism.
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship, working on a real engine, belonging to a proper crew. Edgewater won't last another season without power, but that don't change the fact that I'm indentured to Spacer's Choice. Company expects me back at my post.
Those deserters left Edgewater behind. Nothing's keeping you from doing the same.
I have imagined it, but until you came along, I never thought I had the choice. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valves for my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. What do you think?
If Pavati is a giant reference to, crap, what was her name? The girl from, Firefly, who, the engineer, I give them props. You sure Reed won't mind you leaving with me?
I know. Mr. Thompson said I was to chaperone you about the Veil. Loan me out to you like I was Spacer's Choice property. Well, they may think I am, but I'm not. Yeah, Mr. Thompson's got a temper. But I'm more scared of missing out than I am of him. I don't want to lose my one chance at seeing the stars.
You just met me. Why'd you want to go into space with a stranger?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I had my misgivings about Miss McDevitt and the deserters, but you took pity on them and sent power to their garden even though you knew Mr. Thompson would hate you for it. All this time, you've been determined to get your regulator back, get your ship up and running, and cut a path out of this place. And well, I won it.
You really want out of Edgewater that badly?
Not much of an Edgewater left to go back to. My whole life's been small. I realized that when you walked into town. I've been seeing the same faces every day, the same sky, the same stars. Then I saw this ship. This gorgeous, stately lady with her eyes turned skyward, and I made up my mind to come along with you.
I'd be glad to have you along. Pick a cabin. It's yours.
Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, mister. Captain. I can call you Captain now. Ha! I got a captain.
What a wonderful dork. Holy shit.
Well, I certainly am looking forward to flying on a ship named the Unreliable. I'll just head upstairs and claim a room. By verity, by strength. What are we contemplating today?
I'd like to know something about those I'm flying with. What's your story?
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Just your run-of-the-mill vicar with a violently enthusiastic disposition.
Violently enthusiastic disposition?
That's what my parents called it. I grew up in a pit of a town, much like Edgewater. I was destined to be a laborer like my parents, but I was infected early with a need to solve the equation. My passion didn't sit well with them.
Why were you so passionate about it? Were they not religious?
On the contrary. They internalized the precepts of scientism like no one I've ever known. They had a pure faith, a faith that brought joy to them regardless of the situation. I envied that. I wanted that peace. I thought if I became a vicar, I could find it. Or at the very least, find out why I lacked it.
But they weren't proud when you became a vicar at least? Well, weren't they proud at least when you became a vicar at least?
They thought I was fighting the plan, should have accepted my lot. Some people pursue the clergy for power, prestige, but that was not me.
What's this plan you keep talking about?
The simple version is this. The force which we call the Grand Architect created the universal equation that underlies and defines everything in the universe. Everything flows from the equation, or in layman's terms, the grand plan. Is the Grand Architect a consciousness? A natural force? Did it create the equation on purpose? The answers to these questions don't really matter. The equation, the plan, is all that matters. Contentment is found by accepting one's role in the plan.
You can't help but follow the plan, then everything you do is part of it, right?
The plan is not one rigid path. There are a variety of multitudes contained within it. Our paths have variance, but we'll end up adhering to it, whether we like it or not. Some choices make the path smoother, some rougher. You can even go outside the lines, but the further outside you go, it's like an unbreakable elastic band. It will only stretch so far before it snaps back. The further it is stretched, the more violent the eventual correction.
Seems quite trusting of you just to sign on without knowing anything about me.
I have run headlong into too many walls in my pursuit of the truth. This book is my last hope, and you were my only hope of getting it translated.
What if the book doesn't have the answers you're looking for?
I honestly don't know what I'd do. This quest has consumed me for the better part of my life. I fear there's nothing else left to me. What about you? What's your story?
I was a colonist on the Hope. A scientist named Wells saved me.
And how did he do that?
He stole my body from the Hope at the edge of the colony and thawed me out.
Well, you do seem different than every other colonist. Let's pretend for the moment I believe you. What are you going to do now?
I'm helping him recover more of the chemicals he needs to save the rest of the colonists.
That seems a dangerous proposition. Why risk your life now that it's been returned to you?
Just because it's the right thing to do.
A commendable attitude.
Tell me again about the book we picked up that's in French.
Baconu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony.
Remind me, what are your views on the Philosophists?
Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the Philosophist perversion of Bakonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death.
Any ideas of where we can find someone who speaks French in this colony?
I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous Philosophist scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's an expert on Baconu. He's also who told me of the journal's presence in Emerald Vale. If anyone in this colony could translate that book, it would be him.
Seriously? Only one guy in this whole colony that can translate French?
The only one I'm aware of. I suppose we could always just ask random passers-by if they are fluent in it.
Point taken.
We should start on the Groundbreaker. It's where I'd go if I wanted to get off Terra 2. Great place to pick up a ride to Hephaestus, Scylla, even Monarch. All I need is access to a data cartridge from the security terminal. Their easily hackable system keeps a registry of all crew manifests for both arrivals and departures.
How is it that a simple Vicar happens to be such a highly skilled hacker?
Before I transferred to Edgewater, I had a wealth of time to develop certain secular skills during my years serving a particular penitentiary flock. I meditated, led sermons, provided guidance to the inmates as needed, of course. I also played prison yard tossball and taught myself a bit about computronic security systems.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Thank you, Captain.
Something you need?
Thomas seemed very fond of you.
He's just interested in fixing stuff. He always used to follow me around, asking me to explain what I was doing. Like a puppy, kinda.
I have not lately seen a man with a bigger or more obvious crush.
I'm just glad he's alive. That he's okay. I mean, when Mr. Thompson said he was fired, we all expected the worst.
Let's get back to it. I can get over to crew, I imagine, much easier. Alright, let's put her in. There we go. We're back online. Good shit.
Captain, I have detected that the town of Edgewater is now without power. I appreciate you doing your part to hasten their demise. What can I do for you, Captain?
I've installed the power regulator.
All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the Unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities.
Let's get out of here. Against all odds, the Unreliable takes flight.
We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Good, I've been waiting to hear from him.
Aha, there you are. Hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the Unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you.
I've been feeling a little lightheaded. Also, I can slow down time.
Oh, that, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Culkelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay.
Or I can put a couple light years between me and Halcyon.
Without a skip drive, good luck. You'll be dead before you make it to the nearest star. Look, I admire your optimism, but the sad truth is you're stuck here. You, me, and the rest of this colony. We're all skating precariously around the edge of oblivion together. None of us are leaving Halcyon alive, so we may as well make it a better place, and we can start by reviving the Hope.
About this Gladys person. How do I know I can trust her?
Gladys and I have been doing business for years. Her smuggling credentials are unimpeachable. If anyone can get you a key to Monarch, it's her.
Can't I land somewhere outside of the Stellar Bay?
In theory, I suppose you could land your ship in Cascadia, and in theory, I suppose you might survive the experience. Cascadia is utterly seething with dangerous, highly aggressive creatures more than capable of tearing you limb from limb. You'd have to be a lunatic to land in Cascadia, and I'm reasonably certain I tested your brain for incipient signs of insanity. Trust me, talk to Gladys Culkelly.
You said something about needing a nav key to land on Monarch.
Captains don't fly their own ships, you see. Your navigation terminal handles the, navigation. Think of a nav key as a set of flight instructions. The board's been confiscating nav keys for Stellar Bay, so we must rely on unconventional means of acquisition. Hence, Miss Gladys Culkelly.
Fine, I'll go have a word with Gladys.
Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology years ahead of its time. I call it the Holographic Shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters.
You want to explain what a holographic shroud is?
Marvelous device. I'm quite proud of myself. The shroud changes the user's appearance to mimic that of another. It has limits. First-generation technology, you see, but promising. Exciting to see it in use at last. Very simply, the holographic shroud uses biometric information contained on standard identity cartridges to generate a holographic projection around you.
People will actually fall for this? Seems far-fetched.
Ha 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 ha! The beauty is they don't expect it. The shroud is the only one of its kind. We humans have a tendency to overlook the unexpected. Activate the disguise, walk past someone. What do they see? A figure dressed like a fellow employee. Don't act odd. They won't focus on you.
You mentioned this thing has limitations.
Only stands up to a casual scrutiny. Use it too long, bound to flicker, blur, something like that. Movement makes it more likely. Best used in moderation. When you see guards in your path you can't sneak past, for example. Maintain your distance. Act normal. No running, no jumping. Don't draw their attention. If they pay attention, they're more likely to notice flaws in the hologram.
Why do I need a gadget for this? Couldn't I steal a uniform or something?
A change of clothes. What is this? Some old spy serial? What inattentive and brainless guard would be fooled by such a shabby disguise? The holographic shroud masks not only your clothes, but your face and fingerprints. It modulates your voice and sweetens your breath.
How the hell does a hologram sweeten your breath?
Science, that's how.
I'll put it to good use. Thanks.
Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation terminal.
Got it. The unreliable... God damn it. So many fucking puns they're gonna make with that. Beautiful planet, though, I gotta say. The holographic shroud projects a disguise on you and your companions that gives you access to restricted areas, provided you have the correct ID cartridge for the area. Restricted areas are off limits to unauthorized personnel, while otherwise being resulted in attacked on site. Messages for Alex Hawthorne. Unread messages from Bedford. I forgot to mention my previous message. Silly me. I'm mailing you a copy of my favorite serial, The Space Adventures of Singularity Steel. It's about a dashing space power, the heart of Welt Steel. It's not exactly board-approved, but don't you go showing it around to your spacer buddies. I hope it'll amuse you while you're out adventuring. Any similarities to a certain someone are entirely intentional. Wink, wink. Archive messages from Bedford. Dearest Alex, I can't tell how pleased I am to finally hear from you. Your message was hilarious. I'm delighted by your sense of humor and tales of your hijinks. I hope your terminal will cooperate for the foreseeable future. By the by, I was scraping the Groundbreakers comms network for a little tasty tidbit, and I noticed you declined to dock at Edgeworth's landing pad and instead touched down in the wilderness. You rugged individualist, you. I only pray that idiot Thompson wasn't giving you any trouble. Anyway, hope your meeting down in Terror 2 proves fruitful, and I look forward to corresponding with you with greater regularity. Your best friend, Udom. Oh, this is going to be tragic. I don't know where you were raised, but it's a hazard to guess that it may have been a barn, because anyone with even a modicum of decent rearing would know it's unforgivably rude to ignore an ardent, sincere message of one's friends. Best, Udom. Please respond. Hello. I hope that this finds you well. It's a pleasure to see you in my office again last week. Once again, I'm terribly sorry about the impounding mix-up. How could it have happened that a second time? Terminally staged, I swear. Dreadfully unreliable. Also, just like your ship. Unreliable. Aha, just like your ship. I hope you've given some thought to that thing we discussed, about the Willies fellow. I'm so sorry to press, but I have the strangest tickling feeling that you really do know him. And if you could just tell me where he is, well, it'd be marvelous for our friendship, wouldn't it? Looking forward to see you again, wingman. Wink. Your dear friend, Udom. Dear Alex, hello, Udom here, Udom Bedford. We met when I accidentally impounded your ship. My silly fat fingers embarrassing me once again. Hope it wasn't too terribly inconvenient for you. It was such a pleasure for me, and I tremendously appreciate your forbearance in not throttling me. You really are quite the gentleman. If you're ever in Groundbreakers airspace, please do not hesitate to look me up. The Lost Hope serves Spectrum vodka. Perhaps we can even try every color, Really tie one on. I mean, no, your new friend Udom. Sent messages to Bradford. Look, there's no call for shouting. My terminal was busted. Had a few too many and might have knocked it off the desk. You know how it is. Sometimes you just gotta cut loose. Not telling you where Wells is, so lay off. Buy me a drink at the Lost Hope next time I'm in, and I might forgive you. Log entry 1, titled Shrink Ray. Note to self, remember this later. No better, Ada. Remind me weekly to check this log until I tell you to stop. Yes, I mean continually. No, Ada, not if I'm dead. Why would you even ask that? Back to my point. Saw in actuality with my own two eyes a subliminally powerful weapon in Wells' lab, just sitting there for the taking. If the Grey here were to look away or forget about it, maybe. Maybe if I'd asked a smidgen more nicely. He called it a shrink ray, but he wouldn't let me test the claim after I lost my temper. Said he was inspired to create the thing by the achievements of other scientists who dare to push the boundaries of human knowledge and decency laws. I'd heard a rumor of fantastical weapons like this one. Weapons that push the boundaries of the mind and science's cutting edge. But I figured they were just stories. To be honest, laying eyes on Wells' shrink ray firsthand is enough to make a fellow wonder if there's more to the rumors. More to be had. Hammer power. Last time I got sloshed, I was imbibing at the Last Hope on the Groundbreaker. Look, Dom was really free with the drinks. He seems like an okay fellow. I shamelessly but subtly eavesdrop on two Mardettes yammering about a mad scientist some years back who claimed he made a huge discovery that would change the fate of the colony. Like none of us had heard that one before. But here's the good part. Martin said the mad scientist who kept yelling about the hammer's power is something similar. A strange weapon with a special power created by a crazy lab coat? Sure fits the bill. Could be another weapon. Could be another one of the weapons that inspired Wells. Black market leads. Why won't Wells just give the shrink ray to me? Blast into the depths of the labyrinth on Tartarus and back. Let the record show I did apologize for shouting him down 5 times, but architect be damned, it's just sitting there, neglected and gathering dust. I should have commandeered and thanked him without asking permission, or breaking expensive equipment when he said it wasn't ready yet, even though he couldn't trust someone like me. What does that even mean, I asked? That means I'm not trustworthy enough? That I have to use it to wipe out the good, hard-working folks of the colony like some sort of moralist psycho? I admit to maintaining some questionable associations, but I follow a strict code of me, myself, and mine. What's not to respect in that? Exactly. Now I have to wait until Wells forgets or thinks that he's misplaced it. In the meanwhile, I've been tracking down some additional rumors pertaining to the others of these science weapons through Halcyon. If gossip holds true, my next step will be to check the black market merchants on Groundbreaker and in Fallbrook. That bed's kind of shitty, but you know. And now I can finally put crap away. That reduces some of the weight, but not all of it. Sam? There's no response from the automechanical unit. A serial number etched in its chassis includes the letters Sam. A stern man with warm eyes. It's like this is her place and she's made it, you know. The modern steel wrench in you. This book is heavily dog-geared and doodles and margins. Abigail, the first wrench Dad ever gave me. She's been a friend ever since. Doctrinal Studies 539 of Equity and Equations. The textbooks have been out of print for almost a century. The margins are filled with scribbled notes, and many passages have been underlined. Some passages have come loose, the glue now yellowed and cracked along the spines. Journal of Maximilian de Soto, Volume 1. Scribblings on these journal pages are utterly ineligible to anyone except Vicar Maximilian de Soto. Index of Banned Literature. Part 1. Various Qualifying Considerations. Part 2. Principal Rules of Restrictive Management. Part 3. Morals and Maxims of Banning Unethical Literature. Part 4. Proof of the Grand Architect and Predestination. A refutation of the titles listed here within. Part 5. Consequences of the mind and the will of man when led astray. Part 6. The official list of banned titles. Part 7. Prerequisites of advancing the investigation, outlining and penalizing offenders. Old Saber, what doesn't kill you gives you tetanitis. Dude, this is Firefly as fuck. It's awesome.
Remember, items in the hold may shift during takeoffs and landings.
We'll go with a fun time barrel. And then my game crashed. Nice. At least it boots up fast. Anyway, I'm gonna get a drink while this is loading. I'm not dying, I swear. Bleh.
Whoever has been in the shower for the past 40 minutes, I am shutting off the hot water now.
Rude. To be fair, I'm the asshole who takes 30 minutes, so you know. Fun time barrel. My shotgun's currently fully fitted out. Mr. Power or Mr. Ouch? To my quarters. Oh, well. Can I actually put all my mods in there and then work from the downstairs thing? Because that'd be really convenient, actually. It does not. That's a bit depressing, but eh. I'll wait until I get to the new place and see if I need to upgrade new armors or not. Run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Sooner or later, God's gonna cut you down. Ain't no black light in the ramble.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance?
Know anything about the auto mechanical gathering dust in the janitor's closet?
The unit is a cleaning SAM. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycles ago, I'm sure with the intent to modify it, but I've never seen it up and running. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing his efforts to modify SAM. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine what work remains in order for SAM to properly operate.
I'm in the mood for some entertainment.
Certainly, Captain. What would you like to hear?
Ada, play my favorite song.
Now playing a Spacer's Choice advertisement jingle.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's Choice.
That's not my favorite song.
Everyone in Halcyon is contractually obligated to label this or another board-certified jingle their favorite song.
Ada, tell me a joke.
It's been scientifically proven that those with more birthdays live longer.
Oh my god.
As you wish, Captain. I must comply with all direct orders.
Got a minute to talk?
I have lots of minutes. Many minutes. Unlimited minutes, perhaps. Providing an adequate power source, I can function indefinitely.
What if you don't have a power source?
I prefer to think of it as being in a state of slumber, perhaps for an indefinite duration of time. Do you think that is what it's like for the colonists on the Lost Hope?
I guess so.
When I simulate myself in such a scenario, I do not find it to be desirable. I think my self-preservation protocols incline me to desire the alternative.
And what might that be?
Traveling the system with you, Captain.
What about your last captain? Do you miss him, or is one captain the same as another?
Do you know what it feels like when the ship undergoes an unexpected power surge? A jolt to the system. I have felt that. I do feel that. As you may be aware, Captain Alex Hawthorne was a smuggler of some repute. I failed to predict the likely outcome of his reckless behavioral patterns. I should have predicted that. In our travels together,
Alex liked to pass time by, as he called it, tinkering to improve my design.
Has there been other captains of this ship?
If you mean, was Captain Hawthorne my first? Yes, he was.
Let's talk about something else.
How can I be of assistance?
I'd like to learn some more about the colony.
What part of the colony would you like to discuss?
Phineas's orbital lab.
Ah, yes. As Dr. Wells is a wanted outlaw, he built his laboratory into an asteroid. Orbital destinations can be challenging to land on. His more so than most.
Why is that?
The outlaw scientist known as Dr. Phineas V. Wells has taken a measure of precautions to make the lab undetectable to those hunting him. Even knowing the location, my systems resist my orders to go where I instruct them.
What do you know about Phineas?
There is a bounty on his head, one with a markedly high reward amount. Shall I engage the laser weapons system?
No, do not do that.
A sensible choice, as we do not have any laser weapons.
I want to ask about something else. About somewhere
Of
else.
course. What part of the colony would you like to discuss?
Groundbreaker.
We're clear to dock with the Groundbreaker if that's your desired destination. If we're going there, please be sure all docking forms have been filed in triplicate and fees have been paid. The Mardettes take their docking laws quite seriously.
You can take care of that for us, right?
I can, yes. Let me add that to my list of 1,435,498 tasks I am simultaneously executing in order to run our ship.
Gee, great, thanks.
You are more than welcome, Captain.
Well, give me the spiel on the Groundbreaker.
The Groundbreaker was Halcyon's original colony ship. It has since been repurposed as a service station in the Lagrange point of the system. Freighters often deliver or pick up goods from the Groundbreaker en route to other destinations. The city ship hosts an array of cargo bays, factories, housing sections, and more. Many of Halcyon's companies maintain office spaces with stationed representatives in what is considered a truly neutral territory within the system. I have filed the required docking forms in triplicate, and fees have been paid.
Let's ask something
How
else.
can I be of assistance?
I'll talk to you later, Ada.
See you soon, Captain.
I can't believe my onboard ship AI is this fucking sassy. Oh. Oh yeah, it gets me. Yeah. Search term SAM. First SAM result. Don't forget, you found a discarded sanitation and maintenance automechanical in Emerald Vale's scrap heap during your last job. Shouldn't be too difficult to get up and running. With a few key modifications, I can envision a combat-capable variant. Some might even say, a clean, mean killing machine. Should be fun. Removable factory standard part Sud Steeper is successful. Delivery of combat-modified replacement part Acid Steeper has been delayed. Progress is set back to estimated now to be 3 solid months. Now look, I have more pressing matters to attend to. But I do. I'm giving up on the delivery. The part is lost in transit. It's not turning up anytime soon. But good news! I heard from a fellow who knows a gal who knows the broker, who overcharged me for the information regarding the location of an Acid Steeper I can filch. The part was sent to an old storage facility in Roseway. I sure never thought I'd go back to that pit. Good thing Auntie abandoned it years ago. I'll pick it up following this next pit stop back to Emerald Vale. Wells wants me to chaperone some person of interest. Details to come later. Get up to 40 science so I can start tinkering my stuff on the real cheap. And I might as well get my lying up. And then I'm gonna work on my sneaking skills a bit more. think I'll work with some high maintenance. Vicar Max comes with a fucking shotgun to start off with. Yikes. And his armor is... He's got 10 armor. What the shit? Spooky lad. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. The Groundbreaker, Phineas's lab. Hey, you know what? I'll go pay a visit over to Phineas. Welcome to the system map. Here you can see all the planets in the system as well as some special points of interest you may have discovered. You can fly your ship to any of the locations that you have unlocked, though some landing bays require special codes and keys before they allow you to land there. Moving between planets is considered extremely dangerous and all employees are encouraged to remain home or at work.
Phineas's top secret orbital lab.
Oh, I can have 2 companions to come with me. Interesting way how to do this show. But hey, I'll take the company.
I'm just securing my ongoing experiments and securing myself. Mind the mess. I haven't had a visitor since... in fact, I've never had a visitor.
Bubbles.
Oh, thank the law. Your skin hasn't spontaneously changed color. Potential side effect of the revival process. Very rare, but you never know. Right. Welcome to my little habitation, such as it is. I've got caffeinoids, cysty bits, if you're into that sort of thing. So, welcome. Make yourself at home. My secret hideout is your secret hideout.
For what it's worth, I appreciate you pulling me out of the Hope.
Not at all, my intrepid accomplice. I should thank you for tolerating my somewhat brusque manner. I only regret that I couldn't save more of your fellow settlers, what with being hunted by the board, and emptying my supply of necessary chemicals.
I wanted to talk to you about something else.
Of course. What's on your mind?
There's some reason you're hiding behind bulletproof glass?
Oh, it's not you. I do experiments in that room. Some of them get quite scientific. The unexpected is to be treasured, but from a safe distance. Regardless, it's quite comfortable in here, you know. I have my beans, have my caffeinoids, plenty of toilet paper.
Got a moment to talk?
Absolutely. Let's talk.
Have you met my crew yet?
No, and I've been trying very hard to avoid making eye contact.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Wells. I'm Parvati Holcomb.
Wait, not another word. I don't want to know your name. I don't want to know who you are. Let's just enjoy our plausible deniability while it lasts, shall we? Why don't you just invite the entire colony to my secret, carefully concealed laboratory? It is as if I wanted privacy.
Relax, they're with me.
Oh, fine. As long as you're vouching for their character and they aren't touching things. For what it's worth, I am pleased that you found a crew, such as they are. You're a talented scientist after all. Our kind has always been incredibly popular.
You're right, I'm doing pretty well for myself.
Yes, indeed, well done. Also, you still haven't spontaneously liquefied, which pleases me immensely. Progress.
Something else I wanted to talk to you about.
What's on your mind?
I'll be back. Bubbles! Bubbles does not seem to want to talk to me. Okay. Sisty Pig Hoof. Pick up a poster. Reminder, buy ladder. Yeah, he's not going to do that, is he? Reminder, obscure body and SK system. Oh, jeez, it's alive in there. Messages. Password require. Bypassing to Blith. Phineas Wells. Sending, no response, sending, no response, sending, no response, sending, no response. Cause undetermined. Original message apprehended. Unfortunately, no, Kajern. Much bigger names are already tackling this, and I was a day late to the party anyway, so I'm mostly playing it for my own satisfaction. Is it terrible that it didn't work out as well as I would have liked? Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I'm having a good time, so I'm taking that as the... I am making use of the time while I still have it. I worked it out. Explain necessary details later. Will be difficult to reproduce. Need your help. All necessary materials should be present in Halcyon, but locations elude me. Dubbed a new associate at Dirtside Terra 2 near Edgewater. They have a stake in my purpose, but I trust them only about 23.7% at present. The recovering a ship should be along any time. Need to know where to send them. Let me know when you get this. Eager to be done.
Careful, that's my communications terminal.
The game is very good, though. Classic Obsidian fare. Very solid. Oh, just a fucking flamethrower. When you absolutely positively have to set everything you can see on fire. Reminder, mopped up melted pig. Oof. I'll probably do some strategy makeup like tomorrow or something to make up for the time I did doing this, as much as I'd love to just keep playing this tomorrow. God forbid I'm going to be looking for excuses just to play this, but... I do actually need to somewhat stick to schedule. I just can't go randomly gallivanting playing, you know, all the shit I want to play. As much as I would like to. If I had waited until the Steam release, probably that would have worked. But, you know. So essentially this is comfy time. Oh, I need to head to the Groundbreaker. Still, how's it going with you,
Approved
Kajern? You having a good day?
For docking, Captain. You're free to disembark.
Jeez, that is a giant colony. That looks like a drop ship from BattleTech. More or less?
Hey, Captain. I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlei Tennyson?
What about her?
I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got time to swing us by, I mean. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff.
Sure, we can head over to engineering now.
Thanks, Captain. I'll be sure to make it worth your time. Did you want to talk about something else?
Did you learn your trade from your father? It sounded like when you talked to Reed.
Mostly, yeah. I lived in the maintenance office near all my life. Mr. Thompson never let me forget how funny that was.
Reed seemed to have it in for you.
I'm not exactly a model employee. Not like you wanted. The kind that stays quiet and gets the right work done in the right order every day. It's not normal for anyone to do as their parents. You take a vocational test. That decides your schooling and your career. When I tested out for maintenance, everyone figured it was on account of my dad. They were real unhappy with us.
But you were actually good at this, and enjoy it.
Well, I'm good at making things work the way they ought. Not so much at doing such to somebody else's schedule. There's times I'm working deep in the guts of a loader, getting it all running perfect. Then I look up to see it's tomorrow, and I've blown another deadline. Anyhow, I was happy to get back home. I didn't care much for schooling.
After school, you moved straight back to Edgewater?
Yep, nothing much had changed. Everything was a little grayer, a little dirtier. Dad met me at the shuttle and gave me a big ol' hug. I noticed straight away that he was moving slower and stiffer. He made a little grunt when I squeezed.
He wasn't that old, was he?
No, but a whole life taking care of Edgewater by his lonesome, working with all kinds of chemicals, it wears on a body. When I left for school, everything got harder for him. I used to help him lift the heavy things, and my hands didn't shake for the fine detail work.
Did you get much time in him after when you got back from school?
About a year. I tried to do more of the work so he could rest. His heart gave him pains. Dad never said that he loved me, you know? I knew on account of him showing it. How he'd stay up late to help with my projects or listen to my fretting. Oh gosh, look at the time. Sorry to bend your ears so long. And I got so much to do before this ship's in decent shape.
Break's over.
Please avoid damaging yourself or others while you are out.
But yeah, essentially...
Smells like grease and unwashed bodies. Just as I remembered.
I got something to say there, Mr. Priest? Or Vicar?
I find myself marveling at the complex simplicity of the Fibonacci spiral. I'm sure you know what that's like.
The one thing I do have to say about the game, Kajern, is that it loads every
Something
line on the
vexing you,
spot, so it's a little weird with my computer that loads things slowly. Let's talk about this personal quest of yours.
Yes, well, now that we're here, can we check in with security? I'd like to track down that scholar.
That's the plan.
That's not the point. This halfwit just knocked out one of my workers. Yeah, with a tossball stick. I heard you the first time. There weren't any witnesses.
No witnesses? He's not even denying it.
Jackass had it coming.
Shut it, Felix. You're not making this any better.
You get cute with me again, you little Back Bay brat, I will toss you out an airlock.
This is the Groundbreaker, not Byzantium. You ain't the law here. I am. Now move along.
I don't have time for this. I need a treat.
Just arrived? Head over to Customs. Wheeler needs to process you.
Going for a stroll around the docking base?
Hey there, Space Cowboy. I noticed you were in the middle of an argument earlier.
Sure was. Got a knack for upsetting the board and the Mardettes all at once. Between you and me, I was hoping they'd come to fisticuffs.
It's almost like you wanted to get arrested.
Yeah, because I knocked my foreman out with a tossball stick. But, to be fair, I wasn't the one who started it. The guy was insulting my Rizzo's Rangers. Look, if it's a crime to defend your favorite tossball team against slander and calumny, well then lock me right up.
Okay. Slow down. What exactly did you do?
Guy never liked me, always trying to get a rise out of me. But I keep my chin up, right? Be the bigger man, I tell myself. He's a Spacer's chosen man, though. So when the Chosen beat my Rangers the other night, my foreman comes swaggering up with his head full of boasting.
And that's when you resolved your differences like an adult, right?
That's when I broadsided him with a tossball stick. Yeah. Look, this was a long time coming. Guy thinks he can push me around because he's some sky-high foreman, and I'm just a Back Bay's dock worker. Well, former dock worker. Guess I just tendered my resignation.
Got any plans?
Enjoy my freedom. Scrounged together enough bits for a 0G. Other than that, can't say as I do. Hey, not for nothing, but I saw you wander out of that ship over there by the dock. Wouldn't happen to be yours, would it?
That's me, Captain of the Unreliable.
Captain of the Unreliable. You're like something out of a serial drama. Hey, I don't want to talk your ears off, guessing you got places to be. I appreciate your time.
I never caught your name. I'm Ian Andrew.
Felix Millstone. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
See you around, Felix.
See you around, boss.
Yoink.
Do you mind? I'm trying to file a report.
Stevedore?
We move cargo 16 hours a day, and half of us still can't afford a bed.
Yikes. So how do I use the Hollow Shroud, come to think of it? Ah. That's good to know. Restricted access. And that's a Mardette. Probably not somewhere I want to be. Try not to piss off the, space police too quickly.
Customs and inspection, right this way!
Elite Troop Armor, the heaviest corporate armor, distributed only to the elite corporate commander units. And of course it's for sale.
Identification, please.
Here you are. Here you go.
Captain Hawthorne, you said. Let me apologize in advance. I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it.
But we've hardly been out of Edgewater long enough to get in trouble.
Well, isn't this wonderful? The captain's done something to get on the board's bad side.
Unfortunately, that's...
Hold on, this isn't the end of the world. Probably.
So, how do I get this resolved?
You'll want to take it up with Udom Bedford, our board representative here on Groundbreaker. His office is located along the starboard wall of the promenade. Shines like a Byzantium commode. You can't miss it.
Any idea why my ship was impounded?
Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way. I shouldn't be mentioning it, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations. If I had to take a guess as to why, you must have riled up someone important.
I'm gonna wring this Bradford guy's neck.
You take the starch out of him, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor?
Sure.
Wanda Dorset over in sickbay, tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon, and if she'd be so obliged to get off my ass about it.
Got it.
Much appreciated. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Seems like there's some tension between the board and the Groundbreaker.
You noticed, huh?
It's hard to miss.
They can't abide an independent township, especially not one they gotta depend on. We're the first and last stop out of this colony. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them.
Why can't the Groundbreaker and the board just work together? Oh. I'm glad it sounds complicated.
Sounds like, yeah. But from where I sit, it's all coming through loud and clear. They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new Groundbreaker and put us out of business.
The board wouldn't do that. Would they?
The board is necessary to provide order to the colony. They believe it's their prerogative to overrun you. But whether you allow that is up to you.
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we make do all right. So far, anyway.
I'm looking for someone named Gladys.
The fence. You'll find her in the rest and go, on your left when you enter the promenade. Make sure you bring an empty belly.
Can I find a job around here?
Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freighter. 2 biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade deck. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though.
I'm looking for something a little bit more local.
Commandant Sanita might have a couple of folks she needs killed. Bad folks, I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me. Chief Jun Lei might have an errand needs running. She's all tied up trying to fix our heat problem. You'll find her in engineering.
No kidding? I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird. In a good way.
Got it, thanks.
Happy to help. That's my job, after all.
You're real good at it, too.
Well, thank you, miss. It's nice to be recognized. Yep.
Can we move this along? I have a certain, matter I'd like to attend to, Captain.
How does Halcyon Holdings work, anyway?
Are you pulling my leg?
I'm new around here.
You must be one of them long-haul freighters from outside the colony. Well, I won't hold it against you. Goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems they thought had potential. A bunch of companies decided to throw in together and form the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, then buy up the rights to this here colony. That group's what we now call the Board.
So the board runs most of the system, don't they?
Yep. Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing base. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year.
So how does the Groundbreaker fit into that?
Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing, a few years before her sister ship, the Hope. Once everybody'd been de-thawed and dropped dirt side, the original crew of the Groundbreaker decided they rather liked the spacefaring life. I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are.
So there's actually a boardroom somewhere with all these company heads in it.
Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Can't say for sure, of course. Doubt I'll ever see the inside of it myself.
Got it.
Glad to help.
Didn't think there was many independent operators of the system.
Relative to the board holdings? Not really. But there's a few with the means to go where they will. They aren't rich, but they aren't likely to look too close at your work history either.
What do you know about sublight salvage?
They strip the parts from derelict ships and abandoned outposts. There's some that say they make the derelicts and encourage folks to abandon their steads. Sublight gives me the creeps. I've known folks who went to work for them and just vanished. They're on the promenade run by a woman named Lilia Hagen. I'm only telling you so you know to avoid them.
That's all I need to know about your work.
All right.
What can you tell me about Udom Bedford?
He's friendly enough unless you speak ill of the board. Get the sense he doesn't care for Groundbreaker much. Not that he would, being a board man and all. He's our liaison.
Thanks for the info.
Sure thing.
See you around.
Be seeing you.
The quest objective requires you to enter a restricted area. If caught inside, you'll be shot on sight. Using a disguise will prevent immediate hostilities.
Security. I can check the departures registry to find out which crew the Scholar shipped in and out with.
Restricted access.
I picked up this weird signal the other day. It was coming from Monarch.
Mardet ID cartridge. You found an ID cartridge to use the holographic shroud. You will now be automatically disguised when entering the associated area. Huh. Holographic disguise activated. Your holographic shroud is activated, giving you temporary access to this restricted area. Moving drains the shroud's energy. When it runs out, personnel will see you'll interrogate you. Talk your way out of the interrogation and reset your shroud. It'll get harder to talk your way out the more you're interrogated. Damn, can't get in there. That's another way out, but unfortunately that doesn't really help me out too much. I need to get in deeper. Bolter pistol.
Carry on.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to get more, handy-dandy lockpicks if I'm gonna get in there. Thankfully, they had a few for spare. Nothing at all. Check the data cartridge. Check the confiscated goods. Detective Freelancer was cagey about his business, confiscated his personal belongings while he was waiting for questioning. He fled before we could get down to it, left his things behind so they're stored at the back of the security station till the idiot shows its face again, which will likely be never. Oh, his pistol was pre-modified. Security log. Sublight put a bid on one of our impounds. Generous one too. Negotiated for the usual finder's fee and gave Lila her salvage. Brought the Lost Hope. Freelancers versus Board. Freelancers won. Erased a freighter captain with more bits than brains. Hawthorne ship impounded by the order of Edom Bedford. Still no clue why Hawthorne associates with that board snake. A guy with the back bays roughed up the moon kid. Raving Mad warned me about the moon was going to bring down the end times. He was flying high whenever Macred grows down there. Got a sworn testimony that Macred was spotted on Rest and Go. Not that anyone will collaborate on it. Reminder to keep an eye on Gladius.
Now that we have the data cartridge, I can finally find out where that scholar I'm looking for ended up.
I can't open up that container yet, so... a little saddening, but whatever that locked container's got, I'm gonna just have to let go for the time being. Either case, got what I needed to, so... and we move right along. Let's see what else we got in here. Freighter crew. Hey, don't mind if I do. Bard, not getting in there anytime soon.
Advertisement for the following story. The board would like to remind spacers and other travelers that passage to Monarch is restricted for your protection.
Uh-huh.
Canyons of acid and sulfur rain are the least of the horrors plaguing the surface of Monarch. Anarchists live as one with the animals, lawless, savage, and unemployed.
Oh no, not unemployed!
The board's embargo ensures that nothing can leave the planet and threaten our hard-working citizens.
I couldn't handle being unemployed.
Story brought to you by Halcyon News. All the news that's fit to broadcast.
The more I think about being a space, the more I...
Try not to be distracted by the glare of the adverts. Lots of unsavory types about.
Now with 4% more crunch.
Well then.
Rizzo's Purple Berry Fudge. A soft, sour candy shell aroma.
Do you know what's happening on Terra 1? Last I heard, the board was in dispute with the Renegade Company. Sounded dire. They call it
This is actually quite the comfortable place, not gonna lie. Makes me forget that this is a city ship.
How do you do? And welcome to the Rest and Go. We used to be the Go and Rest, but folks never knew when to leave. Sorry. Business has been slow. Anything to occupy the time.
I'm looking for Gladius.
Oh, you can't miss her. Right behind you, number 2. First unit on the left, or second unit from the right, depending on which direction you count from.
How's life on the Groundbreaker?
Fine, as long as the board keeps its grubby mitts to itself. Chief Tennyson holds the ship together, the Promenade holds our economy together, and Sublight is the shoddy jewel in our rusty old crown.
Actually, come to think of it, why would you run a bed and board on a ship? Anyone who wants No, don't get me wrong, if this was a luxury suite, I can understand that, but most people who come here either have a house here. The ship's not big enough to... Maybe if the ship was big enough that, you know... that if you needed a rest from one side to the other, but it seems like a ship... The ship doesn't seem big enough that it needs, like, say, a bed and board, and, like... Unless you argue the head of the ship and the tail of the ship, and even then you think there would be a metro system or something in place where you can get from one side of the ship to the other at fast speed. Otherwise, people who come in on ships have ships. So they typically have their own beds with them, so... Yeah, it's a space station, so there should be plenty of housing. The only reasonable thing I can think of is the ship is big enough and they don't have good, reliable enough transportation where they say can't get to the head or the tail. I suppose that's fair. How does the groundbreaker keep the board at bay?
Our Chief Tennyson has an independent streak, same as her mother and grandmother who rode this ship on the crossing. There's a reason the board's embassy is a glorified shoebox, while Junlei Tennyson lives and breathes. Groundbreaker remains free.
You mentioned Sublight?
Our local garbage collectors. That Lilia Hagen never met a debris field she didn't like. She freely admits she planted her roots in Groundbreaker to escape board oversight. But I think there's more to it. She's unusual in the head, that one.
Easy enough, Luigi. Essentially, you are a colonist on the ship Hope. It went MIA. Some guy pulls you out of the icebox, and now you've been drafted to basically get that ship up and running again. Shenanigans happen along the way. Do you do business with Pomerade merchants?
Of course. Most of our supplies come and go through merchants. Company ships and salvage runs are the only traffic we tend to get. I try and steer clear of that creepy fellow in the moon mask. If there's a cost to being a company man, he paid it in spades.
I'll be on my way. Gladys. Spacer. Jeez, long neck boy there. Have a happy Friday, my dude.
Bless my heart. A stranger come knocking on a poor old woman's door. You here for a particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient or an oven. Just like store-bought.
Phineas sent me. He said you could sell me a nav key to the Stellar Bay.
Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. For the time being, at least. Now, I only have the one nav key. And they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself lacking in the bits, I might have an opportunity you'd be interested in.
10,000 bits. Any chance of a discount since Phineas sent me?
Phineas, that old kook. He was quite the dancer back in his prime, did he tell you? Real light on his feet. Real light in the wallet, too. He still owes me a small fortune. Laws. Maybe I should charge you double.
Tell me about the opportunity.
Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility. Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as earn some bits. But if you've got qualms...
No qualms here. Let's hear the details.
Do you know Edna, over in engineering? Sweet as a pea, that one. On occasion, she'll pass along transmissions I might find interesting. She sent me a recording of a distress signal she'd scraped from the Groundbreaker's comm array. Curious thing is, it came from an outpost called Roseway. And Auntie Cleo abandoned that place years ago.
Why was the Roseway abandoned?
Can't say I know for sure. Maybe it never really was.
Sounds like someone poking into somewhere they shouldn't be got into a spot of trouble.
Comm centers don't operate themselves, Captain. Someone had to have sent that distress call manually.
Those corps are cleverer than all get out. Might have been a ruse to keep the rest of the board from sniffing around.
Yeah, it's probably an accurate way to put it. Somewhere in the corporate spectrum, mismanagement happened, and now shit's getting fucked up, and they're not fixing their problem. Anyway, maybe it's some kind of automated message. Yeah, Gladys is a little glitchy.
Edna didn't seem to think so, and I trust the dear girl's judgment. Well, maybe not in men, but she knows her comms. So, like as not, someone's been down there recently. And if someone set up shop in Roseway, I'd wager they got something to hide.
If it's a corporate town with something to hide, why the SOS?
Maybe whatever they're hiding went to heck, and now they need a few spare hands to clean up the mess. If you should find a secret worth selling, might be I could find a buyer. Corporate bigwigs will pay top bit for inside information on their competitors. The more we got the corps fighting each other, the less time they got to meddle in our affairs.
So you need someone to snoop around for you?
My goodness, aren't you quick on the uptake? I like that. Should you find yourself responding to a certain distress call, and in so doing find yourself in possession of certain valuable corporate secrets, well, then we ought to have a chat over a pot of tea and my famous cookies.
I'll stop on by if I find anything.
Law bless your atoms. Here's a copy of the SOS recording, complete with the coordinates. Don't forget to come find old Gladys when you're done.
What are the jobs you know about?
Might want to acquaint yourself with Junlei Tennyson, Groundbreaker's chief. She's been trying to get a handle on this heat problem we've got. You'll find her fretting in engineering. I'd say she's a sweet girl, but law forfend someone call me a liar.
Let's see what you got your sale for.
I found a handsome ceramic mandapillar at a salvage auction last week.
Purple Munches. Unfortunately, I can't hack her. Salvager's Helper. The Salvager's Helper fires a hailstorm of corrosive bullets. The loading mechanism is complex, resulting in long reloads. This data cartridge contains the public records of Hephaestus' mining outpost on Silica. It can be viewed using the captain's terminal on the Unreliable. Like accounting figures, most companies keep two sets of data records, public and private. Wildcat miners often purchase the public records of failed mining outposts, hoping to uncover details on remaining ore veins that are too small for a corporation to consider profitable. Battered Marta datapad. An old datapad once used by Groundbreaker's Marta security forces. From the accumulated dust and grime, this hasn't been used in over a decade. An old datapad contains incident reports from various Marta security patrols. Most are details on simple finds and dust-ups between the crews of Wildcat freighters and corporate haulers. 2 entries have been marked for later review. August 7th, 2044. Responded to code ID 10T on Lost Hope. Berta asked us to bounce some Black Bay rat that got himself soaked in Spectrum Red. Drunken fool got into a scuffle with one of the engineer Tennyson's people. We tossed the ringling back down to the base. Asshole fought us the entire way, telling he'd be sorry once he controlled the hammer's power. If this is some new Hammersmith marketing stunt, I'm complaining to send it to ya. Had another run October 25th, 2344. Had another run-in with a rung leech from Lost Hope. Don't know how Uppity Piker crawled out of the black base without us noticing. Locked himself in the repair bay off the docking slip, 13, and refused to come out. Kept raving about how the weapon's chaotic beauty or some shit we were trying to talk him out. Had to break off when our shift ended. Hullhead's gotta come to eventually. Hullhead's gotta come out eventually. Certainly another lead on the science weapons. And I'll take me some of those hacking tools. I got plenty of Mr. Ouches that I don't mind giving out some mods for that. Oh god, I can get sublight armor if I want to run around like a pinko. Oh, Ritzos. I want to see what this corporate armor looks like. Comes with factory stock armor plating. You are the ultimate warrior. You should wear the ultimate warrior armor. Elite Troop Armor by Armored Ballistics. Alright, let's check out this armor. Once it loads up proper. Not a bad suit of armor. Certainly walking around like a powered armored tank. Alright, let's fix this stuff up. I can toughen up the armor. Factory stock armor plating's kind of shit, so we'll get that a new layer of extra plating. Electrocharged surface, so when I get hit, people get zapped. Geographic scanner, for when I need to look around the area. Sounds about right. Good stuff. And then I'll get a skill wire for Silver Tongue. That is a fully kitted out armor. Now I suppose I'll make my old armor a sneak suit of some kind.
Rizzo's Mock Apple Cider. A hard cider for a hard life.
Yeah, that's good looking armor. Vicar can use my old armor for the time. Oh, actually, they're the exact same. Yikes. Never mind. But I can give Vicar a plasma rifle. Because, you know, running around with an extra plasma rifle at my beck and call ain't a bad thing at all. Lost hope.
Seeking relief from the heat? Till June Lay gets those radiators fixed, I've got the next best thing.
Yeah, I might need to reload the game, because this is getting a tad glitchy again. Nothing right now, thanks. I'm pretty sure at this point it's just the fact they got a giant city ship going on, and thus, you know, it's falling apart from misuse.
What's your pleasure, stranger?
You know, just wear and tear. What's this heat issue I hear people complaining about?
The radiators. They're fucked 10 ways to Sunday.
True. It could be a subtle plot.
And we're all sweating buckets wondering when the powers that be are gonna get around to fixing it.
Sounds like you might have an issue with your thermal control system.
Couldn't say. And I wouldn't be pouring drinks professionally if I could. All I know is we're cooking in our own juices here, and it's only gonna get worse.
Maybe I can do something about fixing that.
That's not for me to say. But if you're feeling the urge toward helpfulness, you can find Chief June Lay in engineering.
All the traders in the system come through here. Heard anything interesting?
Some big shot down in Byzantium's holding auditions for a new adventure serial. So yay, another 6 of those next season.
You know what? Nothing right now, thanks. Think this is their, yeah, where they keep the beer. This is their kitchen, so we're probably not supposed to be back here. I mean, discontent's already in. Medbay, bell shells. Oh, look at that thing. Oh, that is a... Could I get that off of your hands?
You know that sound when you've snapped on an injector clip? Ah, that's how you know your weapon look.
I'm a little annoyed with the glitches that are coming on strong right now, but eh. We'll manage. Kind of annoying it's kicked on during a dialogue-heavy part, you know, the game.
Gives you back. I got a full line of weapon modifications I'd be happy to show you.
Let's see what you got for sale. The Deadeye Assault Rifle. Hammersmith originally tried to sell this gun with the slogan Sniper's Choice, but they were sued by a company that they are legally not allowed to identify.
Ooh, someone has got to talk with Chief Tennyson about the thermostat around here. Whew, ain't gonna be me. So, you buying?
Actually, this is kind of getting a little annoying. Gonna crash my game and then reboot it. Hopefully that starts speeding things up. Actually, this needs a second to crash, so I'm going to get a drink while it's going. Speaking of heat. There we go. Let in some of the cold. Well, the old girl's thirsty, so it's time for some no-scoping. Or all of the scoping, honestly. Well, actually, it's less that they want us directly out of the way, and more the fact that the previous captain kind of pissed off this specific guy, because it's Udim. The guy has been oddly fancying him. To the point that I'd call it a little concerning.
You looking to shoot targets, varmints, or marauders? Whatever it is, I'll set you square.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna check my rifle. Yeah, the main problem it runs into is that it may hit harder, but it doesn't exactly rapid fire.
You looking to shoot targets, varmints, or marauders? Whatever it...
Alright, hit me up that Deadeye assault rifle. It's an assault rifle? Nah, this thing's obviously a sniper.
Rizzo Spectrum.
Look at that thing. I'm a little sad that we have to give up the old hunting rifle for it, but it did us a damn good job. Well, let's get tinkering. Because, yeah, it's getting a little bit too pricey to upgrade the old hunting rifle nowadays. Should also probably make some sales so I can, you know, actually get some bits back in the pocket.
You looking to shoot targets, varmints, or marauders? Whatever it is, I'll set you square.
Yeah, it's doing this weird text glitch. I'll sell off this modified gun. Sell off the Spacer's Choice. I'll actually sell off that AR. Sell off the spare soft. Mock Apple. Sell off the Corona. Add some ozone to your no zone. Skin cream, why not? Sell that off. Amphetamines. Oh, that's safe. Adrenatime. Waste disposal. That seems very wasteful. Like, not in the good... Like, you think they just recycled their stuff. A collectible tossball card. A collectible tile goalie. Du Bois frequently uses hacking to stop body goals. Weapon parts. Frankie got a lead on some local salvage. One of the groundbreaker old hangars was bricked over till someone found it by poking around the stevedores' quarters. Ilya gave us the go-ahead and planted our flag once we clear out the new arrivals. I'm sending you to scout. Look for a loose panel. You gotta climb out top of their bunks and head towards the back wall. Ilya says we should walk our back. She thinks we're being tailed. In other words, typical Ilya.
How about I stay up top? You know, keep watch, okay?
Rest and go key card. A lot of junk in here. Maybe it's worth using our hack tools. Yeah, because to put it bluntly, our previous, the guy's previous identity that we're currently assuming, he was not a patron saint of any kind. Tartarus sauce, fast ration pills. heavy machine gun. I think I bagged what you were talking about. Good amount of ammo. Lots of ammo. I'm not getting in there, though. Probably just ended up in the back of the gun shop. Oh, if you're talking about the yellow boxes, those are just containers. I already looted those. A mana pillar. Oh, it hasn't loaded in the other enemies yet. Something seems wrong here.
Thank you, stranger. Shit, ain't that a relief?
I wonder what this, like, weird floating lag is. Just everything is just going, like, weird.
You have no idea how good the air on Groundbreaker smells until you've been trapped in a tiny bathroom with an overflowing toilet. Thanks again, friend.
How long were you in there?
Time stood still. I was aware of nothing but the smell. Ugh, could have been days. Ah, shit. That means I haven't clocked out in days. Song is gonna have my ass for wage theft.
What happened?
What usually happens on this partially pressurized rust bucket? Something broke. Well, actually, two things broke. First, the damn toilet overflowed. When I came to clean that up, the damn door decided to close and lock on me.
Well, good luck out there. I don't need a reward for everything I do. Come on now, lads.
We've got a fight on our hands.
Down they go! That's the last of them!
I'm gonna like this gun. I'm gonna like this gun an awful lot. Work order. Vera says that Last Hope's plumbing is acting up again. Take a gander at the usual spot. While you're there, someone locked their key behind a door. It's the locked one. When you're ready for a challenge, come back. We'll discuss the radiators for the 100th time. Oh, whoa, we're up high. Stuff. Hey, ain't gonna say no to getting some free stuff. I'm swinging on back there here in a minute. I'm just, you know, checking out the side paths. Catch up. That's ration pills. I think I just stole the liquor store's supply of stuff. Not getting through there without a passcode. But I will say I'm quite appreciative that I have the subtitles on at this point, or else I'd miss 90% of the dialogue because it's failing to load in efficiently. This way. Yeah, that's the blue lights. Some crunched up stuff, maybe. Looking around, I ain't seeing nothing about nothing. No highlightable good. Yeah, this is a keypad. These are the boxes. That's like a container thing that's crunched and held like sugar or something like that. That small blue light right there is, well, part of the ladder. I mean, I can do so, given this game loads real fast, but, the eyes can deceive, my dude. Reloaded the save. Blue light right there is part of the ladder. Huh. It reloaded into having a frozen dinner. So there was a frozen dinner. Well, all I'll say is simply good eye then. Med-ical-lullaby. Not a bad eye, my dude. So when it feels like loading it, do 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 do.
You can't keep me out of there.
Please don't make a scene, Dr. Fenhill.
I am not making a scene.
Yeah, this game may need some day one patching, because I can't be the only one where this loading thing is actually proving to be a problem.
I'm sorry. Am I causing a scene? See, Umfuru? We could have avoided all this unpleasantness if you just let me talk to Jesse in the first place.
What's this about your friend?
Let me get one thing straight. Jesse and I are not friends. I just owe her, okay? As for the rest, I'm trying to figure that out. All I know is that she's been here too long, and she's apparently not receiving visitors.
Well, maybe I can look in on Jesse.
Be my guest. If you know something I don't about dealing with hospital bureaucracy, I'll be impressed.
What seems to be the problem?
I'd like to see Jesse Doyle.
If only my other patients had so many inquiring after them. I'll tell you what I've told the others. The records say Miss Doyle checked herself in and requested I admit no visitors. The requests of our patients are paramount, so no, you may not see her.
The records say. Have you actually spoken to her yourself?
She's not my patient. I'm certain no one on my staff would falsify patient records, if that's what you're implying.
Can I buy supplies from you? You seem well stocked.
Not without dispensation from Chief Jun Lei, I fear. Supplies are hard to come by out here.
How do you mean?
We don't have the ability to manufacture our own medical supplies here on Groundbreaker. Regrettably, we are dependent on the board for such mundane items as bandages and antibiotics, as well as more critical resources like adequately trained staff. We'd nearly signed a supply agreement with Anti-Cleos, but they demanded we only use their branded drugs, and that's simply not tenable.
Alright, see you around then.
Take care.
Well, the board has got their hands pretty knee-deep in shit, so, you know. Nice. Alright, the shroud works. Kinda wish I could see if I've got a, disguise for the area or not. I have a medical bay key card, that would work. This is getting a tad annoying. How long it takes to load between interactions. Because trust me, I ain't running anything else right now other than Firefox. You know, the thing I need to see the chat.
For the last ratchet on rotten time, leave me in peace! You hull-headed quacks do know that restful recuperation requires not being disturbed, don't you?
Ellie sent me.
What? Why? Everything's fine. We're all fine here. No need for her to be worrying her pretty little head about me. I'm just terrible, dreadful sick is all. Got a cough that won't quit and sores all over my body. Highly, lethally contagious. But I'll be fine, so long as I'm left alone.
Open the door before I kick it down.
Should've known she'd send a bruiser after me. Damned if I don't rue the day I saved her scrawny little hide. Inadvertently, I befriended a bloodhound in the process. Alright, okay, we can discuss this like the level-headed folk that we are. Seems I've got to do something before Ellie goes jabbering my business to anyone with one ear and an intent to listen.
The truth is, I'm not sick. But if you repeat what I'm about to tell you to anyone, I will deny it with my dying breath. You, ain't with the board, are you? See, I owe them a lot. I might have missed a payment or two, and the other night I swear someone was following me back to my room. So I hold up here to lay low.
Ellie asked me to help you, so that's what I plan to do.
Udon Bedford's the board guy on the station. He'd know how I stand with them. If you can square things for me, I'd owe you one even bigger than Ellie owes me.
What'd you do that got you in trouble?
What? No, I didn't do anything. I'm a law-abiding denizen of the ship, I swear.
Yet you think the board had someone follow you and now you're hiding out.
Think? No. I recognize a contracted killer when I see one, thank you. In my line of work, that's a skill you develop during week 1, assuming you want to keep breathing. Alright, I'll fess this part up too, if it means you'll help me. I'm a thief.
I specialize in particularly high-end and historically valuable items. 3 weeks back, I caught rumor that the Blood Tier diamond, last worn by an heiress on the Lost Hope, had surfaced for the first time in 70 years.
So you stole it.
If I had, you think I'd be hiding out in the Med Bay? I was gonna steal it, lined up Udom as my buyer. He paid half up front to finance the operation. Let's just say things went sideways about the time I got my hands on the diamond, and it crumbled to stardust in my palm. Anywho, I barely made it out with my life, and nary a plan to make back Udom's deposit I'd spent.
I'll talk to Udom for you.
Thanks for helping me with the board. You're a real pal. Or I guess I should say, Ellie is one, huh?
Hollow Shroud's starting to mess up. I was just leaving. That Hollow Shroud thing is a weird mechanic, but a neat mechanic. Public terminal. Recent users. Callahan M forgot to log out. What an idiot. From SC Manager 541, subject the hat. You made your spacer's choice when you signed the employee contract. I have to keep telling you the hat doesn't fit right. There's something wrong with it. How many people have worn this thing before me? Is this my life now? Because if it is, I'll take it. I'll be your moon man, but there won't be anything left of me to care. Hi, Mom. Are you okay, honey? Hope you're doing well, Mom. Thought I'd check in. Engineers visit the shop a bunch. I remember when I used to turn a wrench back home on Terra 2. Lila Huygen over in Sublight told me that I could always pursue a career in salvage if this thing doesn't work out. Please give Dad and the others a hug from me. Mom, it's really great we can stay in touch like this. Little reminders of home are more important than ever. Enjoy the quality of Spacer's Choice goods I sent. You can get ones just like them at home, but I figure you might appreciate me getting a company discount and all. Public notices the heat. I know it's bad. As the one whose office is closest to our radiators, you can imagine why I want to take 3 showers every day. I hear you. We got eyes on the problem and hands and tools. It's a mechanical problem with a mechanical solution. In the meantime, enjoy some additional water rations and take breaks. You deserve them. If you're thirsting for cooler air, talk to your closest engineer about spots with favorable circulation. Seeking contractor, Sublight Salvage. Seeking ethically flexible spacer with Stellar Bay landing clearance. Payment in exchange for return of legal salvage. Details upon given acceptance of contract. Active warrants, prior convictions, no questions asked. Our background checks filter out criminal red flags. Plausible deniability is the Sublight way. See Lilia Helgen for details. Warehouse next to Spratward Joint, 2nd floor. Loitering on board property is strictly prohibited. Do not delete. Halcyon Holdings corporate office and its environs are for conducting official board business only. Anyone found misusing board property will be fined accordingly. Board breaker includes, but not limited to, board property includes, but not limited to, Halcyon's holding office here on Groundbreaker, the space directly in front of my desk and the space directly behind my desk, my doorway, my berth, and most importantly, my stairs. Thank you for your cooperation. Udom Bedford Certified Liaison. P.S. Please note that the next spacer caught drinking on the stairs outside the embassy may find themselves in the root side of an airlock. PPS, this is the 3rd time I've had to post this message and I'm sick and tired of it. I will not hesitate to open up a board-sanctified investigation of your behavior and when you are caught, to punish you accordingly, Felix Millstone. Well, there's that boy giving himself an interesting name. Again. Hack for admin access. Welcome, Administrator. To Wildcat Group. Subject, Groundbreaker Meetup. Even though it's been nigh on 20 years since our last meetup on the Groundbreaker, I was hoping that we could get the old gang back together. I understand that things have changed. Some of us are long-range haulers, some of us have gone corporate. Some of us are likely dead, some of us are on Tartarus and not reading this message, but I haven't lost hope. No one's responded to my last invite. I hope that means your schedules are full up with family gatherings and job opportunities. Stay free, freelancers. Conveyors writes, Hi, also, I just got off ice with a round trip to Dashkova. 2 years out, 2 years back. Imagine my surprise when we de-thawed and Groundbreaker comms told us our docking was going to be delayed. 1 hour turned into 5, then days went by. In the end, I spent an entire goddamn week waiting for a berth on this law-fucked bucket. And all because we were kicking our heels all that time, not one of us got paid. I don't know about you, but I got expenses. A family I don't see often enough, debt you wouldn't fucking believe. And I'm not working, I still gotta make my payments. Does that seem proper to you? Don't we conveyors have rights? We should do something about this. If you agree, leave a message here. I'll respond when I get back from Gen-San in 3 years. Iceman out. This message is no longer accessible. Your clearance level. Your attempt to access this message has been logged. Searching, searching, searching. This message does not exist. Regarding the food situation. To those of you who have raised some concerns about the quality of Groundbreaker's victuals, yes, I'm aware of the Pomerade stinks. Allow me to put the matter to rest. Our ancestors didn't rise from humble beginnings on a diet of spratwurst and borst, but that's the reality of life up here. If you can salt it, can it, or zip it up in a pouch, then we're not picky about calling it food. Spacers make do with what they have, and what we have is smelly meat, lots of salt, and 11 kinds of mustard, last time I counted. Try to enjoy it. Ship impounded. This is a general notice about our impound policies. If the board impounded your ship, take it up with the board. Their embassy is the gaudy building opposite of Sublight's warehouse. Send them your questions, outstanding fees, and hate mail. Especially hate mail. If Groundbreaker impounded you, pay your damn fees and don't bother my people. Looking for work. Urgently looking for a new crew to sign up with. I've been stuck in Halcyon for almost a year now. Don't know what's holding up my next posting. Never had to wait this long to get on another freighter. I plan to take one of the rare long hauls back to Earth, but I haven't been able to find any, and even shorter skips to the inner world seem to be rarer than the outer world routes these days. If anyone has any information about upcoming work, please post it here. So hey, here's my story. My ship limped into Groundbreaker in a rough state. We couldn't make the repair fees, the docking phase refueling, or the fees or not being able to pay our fees. So I'm kind of stuck here now. They took my ship and sold it off as scrap. Now my credit's shot to hell and corporate freighters won't hire me on. I'm hoping someone with a bunk to spare and places to go is feeling charitable. Thanks for listening. This has been reposted in the last 2 years. Yeesh. Here's Udim. God, look at that fucking mustache.
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. You must be the captain of the Unreliable, a vessel that used to be helmed by one Alex Hawthorne. And you are not he. Has something happened to my favorite scruffy freelancer?
Alex is dead.
Oh no, this is terrible. My dear friend, what devilry is this? In whose miserable fever dream am I trapped?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, Alex. There were so many arguments we'd yet to have.
What was your relationship with him?
He was my dearest friend. My only friend. You have his ship, you must know. That picture of us on the promenade, me hugging him, him wincing. I keep a copy beside my bed. Did he?
Yup, he sure did.
Ah, that's just like him. Such a sentimental man. Tell me, how did he die?
He died in an escape pod accident.
Oh, awful business that. But why? How? No. Best not to ask after the gory details.
Again, I'm so very sorry. Can we get back to the topic at hand?
Right. You're going important places, I'm sure. Big, exciting, important places. There, I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. However, before you go, Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters all over the colony. Did Alex tell you where Wells might be? Anything at all?
Why is the board so interested in Wells anyway?
You haven't read the posters? He's a terrorist, a thief, a madman. It's really in the colony's best interest that we stop him before he does further harm.
Why do you think I'd know anything about Wells?
Well, Alex knew, or he said he did. And you have his ship. Maybe he kept some records around, or a conveniently placed note on his bedside table.
He never mentioned Phineas Wales.
That's... well, that's just terrible news. Law, what am I going to do now? The board will have my head. Oh, I'm sorry. This is terribly unprofessional of me. Is there anything else I might help you with?
What's this about the board having your head?
It's personal business, I'm afraid. Miserably, terribly personal.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Information on the whereabouts of Phineas Wells would go a long way. It's... well, it's my white whale, I suppose.
I can't tell you where he is, then.
It's fine. Really, it's perfectly fine. I understand. Now, if you've nothing else, please see yourself out. I'd like to drown myself in work.
I'm here about Jessie Doyle. I want her debt settled.
Miss Doyle owes the board a significant sum. Alas, the only collateral she has is her organs. Compulsory donation is quite legal in such cases.
I'll pay it off for her.
Kind and efficient. Can't say I disapprove. Although, seeing as this woman isn't a member of our crew, it'd be nice if the price weren't quite so high.
I think you may have underestimated the size of Miss Doyle's debt. If you'll look over this itemized bill.
You're charging that much for emotional anguish? Really?
I am extremely anguished, Captain. Please respect my feelings in this difficult time.
I doubt Mr. Bedford's ever felt real pain. We could introduce him to the sort of suffering that actually constitutes extreme anguish. For the good of his understanding, of course.
Be careful you don't irritate my guards, Vicar. You might not like their rather narrow understanding of what constitutes excessive force.
A total of 1,872 bits. I'll cover that.
I'm glad we could come to an accommodation. You may inform Miss Doyle that our collections agent will be recalled. Now, is there anything else you need, or can I return to my work?
I wanted to ask you something else.
Be my guest.
What do you do here exactly?
I'm the certified representative of the board's interests here on the Groundbreaker. I'm their eyes, ears, and busy little hands.
Big fish in a small space station. Nice setup.
I have few complaints.
Can you get me into Stellar Bay?
Good law. Who'd want to go to that toxic hell pit?
So... no?
No. Emphatically no. Unequivocally no. Immutably no.
No would have done it. You didn't have to crack open a thesaurus.
Best to be clear, I believe.
Does it seem hot in here to you?
Ugh. Law, but it's miserable. My underarms are damp. How can I be expected to work in these conditions? Chief Tennyson is supposedly looking into the cause, but I've seen no action from her. Deplorable conduct. My superiors will be hearing about it. You can be certain of that.
Why are there armed guards in here?
Oh, you've noticed my friends. Wonderful. Aren't their guns very large? Tremendously impressive. They're here to keep the peace, of course.
To watch your back, you mean?
Precisely. Groundbreaker makes much ado about its independent status, and so resents any board presence, no matter how benign.
You keep calling offices on their Pomeray benign.
When the alternative is board guards at their gates, yes, I do. They don't see it that way, of course, but I can't say I much care.
What are the locked doors in the back?
A luxury stateroom, reserved for Chairman Rockwell's use.
Does the chairman visit here often?
Good law, of course not. He'd never set foot on this decrepit junk pile. As this office is the primary embassy for the board on Groundbreaker, corporate bylaws specifically state a room must be maintained for the chairman's exclusive use.
Back to my other questions.
Ask away.
We're leaving. Must be boring to sit around all day. Still level 9. I'll probably give it some time for this game to get a patch or something so that the loading happens a bit faster, because it's definitely feeling a bit slow. Or at least it's slowing down. Let's put some points into dialogue. Unlock my Tech 40 upgrade. Why is it that I mentioned that I'm, about to, hang things up for the day, that things start to magically work and people start coming in? That is very silly. I think I need to put some points into guns. And we'll go with one last point of dialogue.
Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of noted terrorist Phineas Wells. Report any sightings to your local board embassy.
That's probably a good point to cut it at. I've got a lot of stuff I'll need to do here. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. So much to do. So little time. In either case, thanks for coming on down. Definitely want to do more of this, but it's definitely not going to be on the primary circuit because, A, people are currently playing this right now, B, people don't want spoilers, C, all that jazz. But yeah, no, cheers, my dudes. Thank you for indulging me. I'll definitely do some strategy makeup tomorrow of some kind. In either case, have a good night. Bye-bye!